Those old crispy ones. It's not done. Are you trying to kill me off of that? Is that what you're doing? Not done.
Okay.
And I've had a request for you guys to speak loud. Are you trying to kill me off of that? Is that what you're doing? Just send me a text asking me to have you guys speak a little louder.
This.
I've had a request for you guys to speak loud. Are you trying to kill me off of that? Send me a text asking me to have you guys speak a little louder.
This.
Okay, that should have taken care of
Okay, this is the Cook County Board of Commissioners meeting. It's October the 5th. 4th, October the 4th at 10 a.m. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Brent Gentry, Jim Atkinson.
And we're reconvening from yesterday's board meeting, budgeting meeting. Good morning, Kim.
Hello.
We left off yesterday. We were at the sheriff's office. Did we finish with the sheriff, you think? Anybody have any questions, or is there anything you had in particular that you might want to refresh us on, or? I thought we covered it pretty well.
I thought we were done with the sheriff's office.
Did we get the final numbers on the salaries? Positive on that?
Well, I sent you what Joy had emailed me on the raises. And so what I can do is just test a few of those and see how if everything transfers over appropriately. Yeah, I was looking at her email. 70 cents on December 1 for deputies and COs. And then there's a 6-month raise of 18 cents, a 1-year raise of 24 cents. And there's some longevity steps there to look at. So I will take a look at those.
Part you guys want to go to next?
Well, could I double check or verify something with you? The capital improvement, I emailed you that spreadsheet, and I wanted to be sure and include your comments from early on in the budget process. The amount in the economic development fund, which I believe has about 250,000 in it. Were you still wanting to transfer that into the capital improvement trust and then do something with animal control?
Yes. Oh, that's what I would prefer. But you guys.
Money's for all that to be spent next year to build the building. What's that? Well,
I'll have to start with that.
Did you hear Brent?
No.
We'll start by that. We'll come back to.
how much was that total that was going to be moved over there?
Well, there's 250 in the economic development trust.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because you're gonna have to do layers on animal control. I don't know if you built one year. You're gonna have to do jail. Layer.
Well, we talked about that before. I thought we talked about
we want to put set aside for a layer, but then we're gonna have to use some of that. We'll figure it out.
I would say whatever we think the cost of that building, 10%.
But that's what they sure. So someday they'll maybe set back a little, $25,000, we'll get rid of it.
I don't have a problem moving that in and moving that 250 into that account. I have a problem with that.
We had talked about that. I'll be honest with you. I think we can get it taken care of this year. I really do. I mean, well, with,
We don't need no pride.
well, that's true. So that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Let's go ahead and let's get the
We can get
architect.
our rolling.
Right.
Then we can make it.
Why don't we go ahead and transfer that economic fund money over into that account? Let's get that work done.
Do that, then we need to find our.
Right, that's,
Get things going, so it may be, now it could be 900.
Yeah, we just don't know, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
But I prefer to stay away from the force thing.
What's that?
yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so move it over, Kim.
Move it over.
Okay. And then what you had talked about as well is a contribution from the general fund of anywhere from 50 to 100. Did you want to do that?
The general fund over to what? The capital improvement?
Right, for this project.
Well, what, okay. Why would we do that?
Well, you were just looking at combining funding because of the cost would be projected to probably be above 300,000. So I'm just wanting to be sure that all your transfers are documented that you wanted.
Okay.
Let's come back to
Let's-
Okay,
well,
very good.
Okay, I was gonna say, let's go ahead and do it, because we can always bring it back. So either way, we're gonna revisit it, so
Okay, all right.
go ahead and transfer it.
Which number?
The
Okay.
150.
150?
I think that's what she said.
150?
Well, 50 or 100 or 150, you tell me the number.
I say 150.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure my notes were correct on what you wanted to do there. So we'll just highlight that. And then what department would you like to get started on?
Okay, let's do what?
Let's do the hard one. Let's tackle circuit clerk.
Circuit clerk?
There's one on mine, if you can't find yours. There's
All right.
another one on mine. I don't know what's in it. Just a few pages. Are we out of white tablets?
Yeah.
Here we go again. You gave me your yellow one, now you want what?
I tell you what, I don't like
Yeah,
the yellow ones.
Really?
I
I like-
don't like the yellow ones either.
I don't like it.
Really?
I just haven't had a chance to sit down and order them. But it is on my list.
Did it poke your finger? You'll do something constructive.
Did you find one? Okay.
Get the mail open.
All right.
It should be fun.
It needs to go all the way the other end.
Did you ever get a corrected one from them? Who's who, and why people are on there, but if we're not, I don't wanna waste my time.
I
Yeah.
met with them yesterday.
Did they give us an
Did
update?
it actually say he could give us a roster of employees that we paid? Did we said yesterday?
I can forward that to you. In mid-September, I'd asked for a payroll proof list for every department just to verify staff. I can forward that to you.
Okay, so the question is, last meeting, we talked about them sending one that's actually current. Did anybody ever get the message to them that we needed a current?
Yeah.
This is a fiasco looking through this. I mean,
I thought one of you guys were checking.
I thought he said he would have us, when he was here, he would have us.
so you got people not on there, you got some should be on
You
there.
spoke with him yesterday. Did you verify that he's gonna send us over a correct list of? Okay.
Yes.
So did he?
You know.
Because I don't have it. Did.
Did Stephanie get anything?
I've not gotten anything.
Okay.
Look, I mean, it's kind of like deja vu, we're right back where we were the other day.
Yeah.
So there gonna be some, so if he didn't, let's move on.
Yeah, let's do something else. If you wanna-
All right,
So would you like me to email him right
Yes.
now and ask?
Yeah.
Yeah.
whole revised.
As of today,
Who
including
works there, who didn't work there,
hourly rates.
And I have not got a response. I did email Red the questions that we talked about yesterday, but I have not got a response.
Okay.
That's it yet.
Yeah, it's picking up.
Well, you still do have the judge's office to go through.
That, we got ours.
Come on in. Did they ask if it was me?
Yeah.
Was it Mo?
Yeah.
She's like, it's Kim.
I was like, they asked me why I was ordering the same thing as you. And I told them I was just picking it up for you.
Nobody gets this but her. Nobody. Thank you.
Josh said he sent a link. There's no link on what he sent, so I said he sent another
Oh, on
email for the phones.
contact, yes, about the,
The $10,000 router that we're talking about.
there's,
Oh, that was the money that they not, that evidently you mean for the state's attorney?
somebody, look, you know, you go, Josh, something. You wrote down.
Well, I didn't think I wrote that down. Oh, the
Not right, all the,
server.
Server.
That was her state's attorney. That was the email that she sent me. She said that it was, the money was given to her or set aside for her, but was never used.
where'd it go?
Yeah.
Who did you raise it to on that one?
Because I was told in a random conversation that we had been provided money for a server a couple of years ago, but that we'd never used it. Can you tell me if that's true?
Well, if it's true, then it's a budget from a couple of years ago.
I don't know,
Today's budget.
that would be Brandon's budget.
Well,
No, no.
And they're
now they don't have money set. Like the other.
no, there's no fund. It's growing.
Okay.
They got a drug forfeit fund. They pay Brian for that dollar.
So, Kim, are you ready to move forward?
Sure. You just let me know what,
Okay, we're the judges right now.
sure.
That out of the way. Looks like there's $1,000 increase on medical and psychiatric.
Mm-hmm.
The judicial secretary and bailiffs, I think, was the question I was asking. Was that at 70 cents?
No. If you go to that request,
Yeah, I only see one that's actually at 70 cents.
Mhm.
Rest of them, one's $1.75, another's $1.31, and the other one's $3.
Is that about wage adjustment, something about bringing up to the same job? Is something on that line? I thought he was paying that out his funds.
He might be paying them out of his funds.
But okay, so then why is that yearly?
And yeah, it's showing up on the bill.
Slush fund, Tim, and diet. Yeah.
I'm assuming that all.
I could afford to pay something about it.
So we've always been consistent with that. I know we've got some feedback from the judges because of it, past. But we give them like what everybody else gives, 70 cents.
Wait, that was okay.
So,
Perfect work, does it matter?
right.
So that 12,304 represents all those increases in salary.
Right, we did our part, 70 cents.
Yeah.
What they do over beyond? Obviously,
So what number are we putting?
I swear he said paying some of his accounts.
If she's looking at us or if she's looking at a screen.
Oh, no, I'm looking at you. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, so what number should that be in? It should be at 70 cents.
$0.70 for 4 people would be $5,096. What he did mention while he was visiting with you is that he would agree to a change in the court assessment fee to put more in the general fund to compensate for this additional increase. That was his comment.
Okay,
How
so
do you feel
So-
about that?
from the judicial funds, salary increases? From the judicial funds?
Yeah.
That's his funds.
Well, but what would be happening is you would decrease the court assessment fee and more would come into the general fund.
Right. Right,
And-
well, that's what I thought we planned on doing anyway.
Okay.
So that number ought to be 5,096.
Do you want to start at the 70 cents and then kind of think about the rest of it and see how you feel about doing the additional increase? Or do you want to stay with the 70 cents?
Yes.
Yeah, we could take one of these assessment fees. He does have money.
You know it. So. So we can bring it back in.
Well, I don't think we need to bring him back in.
30 days. So just something over the line 70 cents, and you vote it, you know.
Right, I'm only talking about $7,000. No, I think we should probably keep that line item.
We've always been consistent, then we see what happens.
Well, yeah,
Here, some, here.
So. That's the question.
Just the 70 cents would be 150, 186 would be the total. Is that what you want to do?
And once you can go 70 days, they were trying to hold the line.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think
We can't remember, but I know what it said.
I think we have to be consistent. We're going to say 70 cents. That's the number.
So what was that again? 1.5. What was that number again, Ken?
150186.
No, that's what I'm saying. We have to
They
be,
go against our word.
and as much as we still, I think we still have to be consistent. Salary.
Thank you.
So can he make a transfer out of this fund into the general fund? Does that have to be on this budget? Can he do it time during the year, just trailing? You know what I'm thinking is that he can make a fund transfer. So maybe that's the way to handle that. Our budget needs to stay in 70.
All right.
I don't know. That total amount was 151.
186.
150186.
Tidy and jurors is the same. Contract public defenders.
Mhm.
He say was the reason for the increase.
I don't see an explanation. I don't see one given. I'm just sort of thinking that with everything else, costs are just increasing.
I don't have a real problem with it, really, honestly.
No, I don't either.
Just saying, transcripts, increase of 1,000.
I think we've had a few over budget on that line, and also with, I don't know if it's this one or not, the interpreter fees. So an increase on that one also.
I would imagine everything. Interpreter fees historically, they've stayed at 3.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like everything else.
Yeah.
It was only 1,000.
I think rates per hour for professional services, transcripts, interpreter fees, contract public defenders, I think rates per hour are just going up.
Okay.
Juvenile detention services, we were talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I know Steve, he's not returned my email. I asked him about that.
Dropping $10,000.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we probably, does anybody have an idea about what number we will put in there?
You know something? Why would you drop it? Because of caseload? Because of caseload?
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if it's because of the no cash bail or anything like that has an effect. You know, if they get arrested, they're going to be let out. I don't know. But, so I just got it 35.
All right.
Okay, moving on. Are we good?
Yeah, I think just that one salary change all that.
Okay.
You know, we'll do next. You public defender. Yeah, do that.
All right. Go to public defender.
Okay.
Right back to the same old scenario. Look at the-
Well,
I'm not saying, well, but
the first one's just 1,000. Yeah, she should have been 1,274 on that.
she explained it one way, 25. How hard it is to get somebody good.
Oh, then you look at the bottom three, it's just that, it's 1,000.
Yeah, no, she said that one. She said she cannot do that. I really,
don't understand why the bottom three are just 1,000. It ought to be 1,274 is what the raises should be. You see that?
Yeah, it's something that I want to
Be consistent across the board.
That they're low. They're just
Yeah.
1,000. They ought to be 1,274. So those numbers ought to go up.
Well, she'll probably take it from the bottom and put it up on top.
Well, I understand that, but that's not what she should be doing. Yeah, let's adjust those. 1,274 dollars. So Kimball's bottom three, if you had 70 cents, 18, I'm assuming they still work 18.20 over there.
Right, right.
I've got for those bottom three, instead of 26,389, 26,663.
Okay.
Is that what you came up with? You have a better calculator.
Yeah, 26,663. Now, we also had to correct, I don't know if you made note, but we had to correct Terry's salary.
Yeah.
90%.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah,
It was at 165.
I got 169,879.
right, 169,879, yeah.
69,879.
Uh-huh. Hmm. Okay, now you saw, we talked about the bottom three at the 26,389.
Yeah.
Did you want to correct the other two as well?
Well, the first one there, that's only 1,000 also, so that should go with the extra.
Oh, should be for a long time.
And then the next one,
Put them all at 70 cents.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just go from the top.
is 3640. Okay, so you just want 74 or 70 cents for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
500, yes.
Okay, so that's a total.
Starting with David Smith.
No, starting with Luann.
Okay. All right. So Luann then would be at
46,901.
Yeah. And then
30%. Okay.
Mary would be 26,754.
Right.
She have a stipend in her.
which is Mary's was again.
I got 26,754.
Yeah, was that?
She pleaded pretty hard for Mary,
Well,
I don't know.
it was 46,901.
She can give everybody else.
Well, maybe we should look at adding the stipend.
What the hell? But
Well,
I don't.
and the same thing in judges.
Did you?
Yeah. And that could be one way. to handle that.
That's probably.
Probably the
Much
way
I
to handle
hate
it.
to say it, but that's-
So let's make a note, you want to make a note of the circuit court also, the stipend. for those,
For the, on the judges.
right, for the judges. And the stipend here, well,
But you're right.
I get it. I mean, I get the difficulty in keeping people. Absolutely.
She said that she.
All right.
So that works, that would work for you? Okay, okay, and that.
For who?
Let's put it over, let's let, Terry decide who gets it.
But she wanted to marry.
I know, I understand that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She can make it.
Life.
I think we go. It's right.
Yeah, I think so.
500.
Let's see.
That's for whoever she wants to give it to.
That would be up to Terry.
Okay. And then put everything else at 70 cents.
Yes,
She was off on that. So
she was off on the low
So they
side.
got one.
Yeah.
29,254. What is it for? $2,500.
Yeah, that's very close.
That's your.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very close.
So you want the 70 cents an hour, which would be 153,644 for all of them?
Yeah.
And then did you want to do something else?
Yeah, let's add that line item for stipend in office.
Okay, it's at 10. You want that to be a different amount?
Yes.
Okay.
What was that number?
On the 2,500.
20, yeah,
29.
so that would be a $2,500 addition to that.
Okay.
So that takes that total to 12,500.
Yeah, and I'll just recount what Terry's explanation was, just to share it with you on Mary. The change or the increases in minimum wage had caught up to Mary's level. And I guess there was really no longer any differentiation due to experience because of that. I don't know if y'all remember that or not, but that was her explanation for that.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that was, the chief reason why we did wage adjustments last year.
Yeah. Okay.
We have enough, does she have enough in Westlaw license library? She says she did, didn't we ask her that?
Yeah. Let me take a quick look here for you. Yeah, she looks right on track. Yeah. Is Ashley gone today?
I'm talking to Westlaw. He's not here now.
Okay. I just didn't know.
I just want to go back in the judges real quick and clean up that
Okay.
and do the same thing for Steve as we did here. Are we done? Public defender, you guys good?
The only other thing, there was an increase in office supply expense. That was the only other change. And that's probably just due to higher cost on everything. Okay, back up to the judges. Okay.
That's where it's at. Additional crime, what he said on that was, he went up to the excellent work to build I he wasn't, he looked at that at the previous time.
Which one?
I remember he said he was a really good worker and does the same thing the other one does. Or at least asking that question.
You talking about that last one there?
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's got a pretty good bounce there. $5 grand.
Yes.
Got a pretty big paw there.
Yeah. I think we need that money into the stock for anybody to choose on those things.
Pretty helpful. 70 cents. Three, four. You had 70 cents in there for rate raise. That's exactly.
As you said, Rick,
We put 70 cents in there to start, and it's what's the remaining part of that?
I had 7. That's 207.
About a fourth, $4,100 stipend.
Which one?
That's if, see here, right? Okay, so give him.
We'll give him 70.
The 70, so that would be. Also, 27.
27, 7.
We're taking 70 cents.
27, 7.
27, 7. So now we've got to get anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what about the other two? No, the other two.
I'm the kind of eyeballing.
One's dollar nickel higher.
Brenda is, isn't she?
Brenda's running. The middle two, the first one's $1.75, and the other's $1.50.
Where's Jennifer? Oh, that's what it's on.
She would get 35, 289. 36. That's $1,100 difference.
$25,000.
So give him a stipend
Yeah.
and put it all in the stipend, let him decide how he wants to divvy it.
That's kind of what
Well,
I
it
was
it'd be a lot better if you could take that.
Let him divvy it.
yeah,
Take it off
You
us.
say, apparently,
Okay.
he doesn't feel he wants to take it out of his account. So he goes down, because he's giving 25,000 every year now.
So,
That's what he just.
that's good. We can do it this year.
So you could do it out, you could do 1,000 for the one.
Right, the other one is 19 on that.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I got, yeah, her raise was $1.75. Took $1 in the nickel times 1820. 1911.
okay, so
You want to go line 2, 2,000, right? Is that right now?
Yeah.
Okay, and the next one would be 1,000. And the bottom would be.
Yeah.
These are
so
this one. 2,000. 3,500. That's three.
65.
I guess if somebody changed a job, you can do it with them, I guess.
It gets this time, this thing causes a problem.
No.
Okay. So we good on this one then?
So what was that total stock?
6,500. So that department, he can do what he wants with it. You know what he's gonna do, he's gonna get real close to these numbers.
Sure.
So it's going from 16,000 to what number?
Yeah, it's 22.5.
Okay.
So. Okay, now we're to.
We're good. We got left.
Rick, where you want to go?
Sorry.
We still have,
Who was kind of complicated, but Cesar wasn't much.
Accessory.
Clerk, I have no idea. County clerk was mine. Okay, reborn.
We still have ours department.
There were also a couple of items on the treasurer's office I wanted to maybe mention and see where you were at on the process.
Like treasurer.
Go back to treasurer. Rachel?
Yeah.
I don't know, she's been there for a while.
She's been with the county for quite a while.
Yeah, good for her.
So my first question was, there's an increase in the First Judicial Circuit expenses of 15,500. And that was dependent upon you renegotiating the contract with the First Judicial Circuit to raise the fee. Have you done that?
If not, who does that? Would that be the board or would that be the treasurer?
That would be the board.
Okay. Then I'll make note, in contact with them. And we'll get that taken care of. And I'll see if I can get an answer by tomorrow.
What is that line item cover?
That usually covers the cost of the staff assigned to process the First Judicial Circuit expenses.
That'd be probation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember actually saying something, it's been years since that's been.
Right.
And who would you contact on this?
I think you want to reach out to the presiding judge's office of the First Circuit. Let me see if I can find out who that is right now. It says William J. Thurston, but you may want to reach out to Judge Green first and might be a good way to go about it. Right now, the income for that is $20,000 a year. And it's been that 20,000 for 10 to 15 years, maybe closer to that 15-year mark. So I think what Ashley was talking about was at least doubling that to, it would be above 40, I think.
Might be good to have Ashley with me when I call.
Sure. Sure.
His office takes care of all that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll see if I can get an answer by tomorrow.
And my second question was, if there's a staffing change, do you need to do anything with salary?
He's probably going to move somebody over to Rachel's internally, and then what he said.
Yes, he did say that.
So then he'd probably start to bring somebody in at a lower salary.
Well, we'll see.
What would be a starting salary?
She's just,
Who
20.
knows? I mean, you take pick of each office, they're all different.
Okay, we,
14 is what you got already, right? But it's not.
For anybody in his office, that's gonna be over $10.
Well, yeah.
It'll be over $10 an hour.
the presiding judge, that'd be the First Circuit or the Ninth Circuit?
First.
First? The salaries?
Well, I would like to make an adjustment on that. If you leave here, would you leave
21st.
this month?
Yeah.
You already. Doesn't. He just get told that. Well, they're asking about it. I think it does. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we need.
So we need to get him in here.
Sure. Sure. And he got caught off guard last week, so it's probably not on his mind.
Yeah. Next week, I think it's next Sunday.
Something tells me he didn't count for that.
What do you want to do here? One or?
Yeah, I don't think we would, that's it all. It only said one day, it could be 39. Oh, you left the three at there.
You may not know that.
Man, I know we're up there.
What do you want to reach out to him on the phone?
Thanks, sir.
Should have text.
Okay.
When's the second installment?
I'm gonna say the 7th. I don't know if that's right or not.
Hey, Ashley, you in the building right now? You have time to run up here for a second? Okay, thanks. I was wondering,
You didn't know.
I doubt he knew what you were doing this tonight.
Copier.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, that's right. He had something, he had to go yesterday. It's the, you know,
They
drink coffee.
didn't say anything about tea, you know.
I don't know, I didn't know.
Probably say tea would kill you, huh?
So is wine.
I like Stanley's idea a whole lot.
That's what they say, I guess. Glass a day, I guess. A glass, okay?
Not a bottle.
Not the bottle,
Not a
yeah.
You still
bottle.
got that bottle in your desk?
We're going back to you.
I ran out of
I
home.
caught my eye, you said you were retiring. Do you need to make any adjustments, revisions, on your?
What do we need to do for your payroll?
Yeah, I'm gonna pay, I mentioned that yesterday, just take her pay and put it in contingency till I get someone hired. And then, because I mean, I'll be honest, I've started to kind of put out some feelers. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to get someone in at $14 an hour, not for that type of position. Or that type of,
You don't-
accounting job.
You don't think you'd be moving some?
Well, I'm going to, but if everything works out, that's going to include some kind of pay bump because of duty. I mean, in that position, the amount of like workload. And then the people that I've kind of talked to a little bit, you know, I'm going to have to probably be the 16 or 17 bucks an hour.
Did you post it on the web?
I'm in the process of putting together a job,
Okay.
description and job.
So you're wanting to take her next year's salary or the rest of this year's salary? Put it in.
No, I'm one.
So whoever.
So my budget at the moment that I've submitted
Right.
included Rachel, I mean, for all of next year. I want to put that into,
Right.
uh,
23. Tennessee.
into contingency because
Okay.
I mean, I don't intend on hiring someone for,
Right.
because she, you know, had 21 years worth of experience in this issue.
Well, that helps you get somebody a little bit.
So, but I'm just telling you that I'm not going to be able to hire someone.
I mean, not paying some somebody the same amount will help you get somebody in.
That's why we did what we did last year in
I know.
negotiations.
That her budgeted salary, that would be 70-cent increase?
Yes.
Yes.
23.
Which, I mean, the new person, I mean, obviously, I mean, my intent is to get someone hired here in hopefully the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And obviously, they're gonna roll in and they'll get that 70%. That's probably part of what I'm gonna have to do to entice them.
That's
the way it works
yeah,
right here.
Yeah. We're hiring in November.
But yeah, that's why I meant yesterday whenever I made that statement to you all, was that we can go ahead and put her entire amount into contingency, and when I get someone hired, then I'll ask for appropriations to be moved back into that.
Yeah.
Treasurer's deputy. But, I mean, that's the waiver process we're doing with everybody else. And it makes me no difference.
I mean, if you're not paying somebody the same amount of her, you're throwing money on the bottom end.
Yeah, and and I'm not, you know, like I said, I gotta walk the walk. Seriously, I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, if I'm
You're gonna follow it, you're gonna say it. Well, you gotta stay in line.
Then I could be the one.
That's what we've been dealing with all morning.
I understand. And that's why, I mean, I was fully upfront to tell you that, put it in there.
But that just,
Yeah.
I guess it's whatever, I didn't know. I thought this, he revised this. So, okay.
No, I mean, just
Contingency.
her, yeah, her full amount.
We did have a question about the First Judicial Circuit expenses.
Yes.
And I guess, Jim, when you think about having a phone call actually to talk to those folks?
Yeah, I didn't know who to reach out to. I sent Steve Green. a
Jeff
text.
Watkins is, you need, because Jeff is the probation department. He's the one that submits the budget to you all. He's the one that
He's a good guy.
there, and we did the research, and I think Kim, maybe you might remember back in like, I think 2012 or 2008, something like that, was the last time there was an actual agreement between the probation and the commissioners that was signed by both parties to identify that we were the administrative arm and that there was a reimbursement of that. And I think technically, isn't it supposed to actually have one annually done?
Yeah, with anything, once your agreement expires, you need a new one. Yeah.
So what we need to do moving forward is we need to have an agreement between the First Circuit probation
Okay, I get that.
and the
So
county.
let's give him a call, but I want you to know.
Okay. Okay.
So it's what?
Yeah, that's fine.
Who to call? is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
Jeff
find out.
Watkins.
Do you have his contact number?
I can get it. I can call over it to Allison and ask.
He's a good guy.
But, I mean, I've got his extension. but-
If there's any time like this afternoon or something, maybe I might.
Okay.
Not here. We have some other people coming in this afternoon.
Yeah, that's fine.
After budgeting.
Yeah, I'll either shoot him an email or I'll call Allison over at the probation department and see what we
Okay.
can do as far as getting time coordinated to discuss that. So, because I obviously that was, my suggestion was to increase that to 45.
Yeah.
And make it where, I mean, that's equivalent to a full-time person. And that money, part of it goes into mine, the other part covers all the benefits. And if you want to put that either into those trusts, or just leave it jet fund, one or the other. But that's what I had suggested based off of, and that was off of $14 an hour. I'm going bare minimum,
Right.
off of what, for that position. Even though, like I said, I'm gonna probably have to hire him.
You may have to
Hire
hire
him.
out.
Right. And I don't know, that could be something we can talk to them about. Say, hey, if I have to hire someone in at 16, are you guys willing to
Well, here's the
comp
problem.
the whole thing?
Here's the problem that I have is that you have one person right now, 15. You hire somebody.
I don't like to raise them too.
Raise
So
them
that's
too.
the problem right there.
But I mean, if I guess if I have to pay it out of something else or automation or whatever else, that's the nature of it.
We try to cover our stuff with what we say.
No, I understand.
And the 70-cent mark, after
Well,
that, we need to,
When we negotiated that, we didn't know that it was going to be 11% inflation.
Yeah.
we have to get go through every single contract.
Well, I'm not doing so. I don't have time.
No,
No,
nobody comes
But I-
back, he comes back and bites us.
No, I
Want to be fair.
I'm just saying, I'm competing against banks.
You're competing against Casey's right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're that, but I mean, for the type of job duties that I'm looking at, competing against,
Yeah, you do have something over the
Higher.
benefit package.
I do.
That's pretty significant.
Okay, so you can put that in.
Yeah. So we're going to contingency and all.
I didn't know what you do about the retiring part, and I thought, hey, you call it, or maybe you should revise it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is all happening pretty quick, so. But I mean, like I said before, things were finalized and I saw that she sent the tender. I was like, she has no.
Okay, Jesse, I got a question.
Yeah.
On, line item 50206, the computer services and forms, it's a $7,000 increase.
Yeah, because that was the one I told you I wanted to read it. I want to change the format of the bills, so.
Tax bills, you're running them down.
Yeah, I ran down my supply down to next to nothing, and then, so I'm gonna need to order, at least 100,000.
But that's not the one that was the under our.
That's tax, so accounting is
Okay.
that accounting line item
That's what I was.
is for your check stock, and that's, those are, that computer, that's specifically for the tax office and the tax bills. Brinson and Bruce and all, they always purchase the tax bills out of that particular account. But like I said, for this one, I whittled it down. I haven't bought much stock, if any, on that, but I'm gonna have to, like I said, you need to have 2 years on hand, just in case you have something mess up and run, or something happens, you have to reprint bills, you need to make sure you got, at least enough to cover, snap it. So that's why, and I think basically, I don't even know if that's going to cover it, but it'll be pretty close.
When the tax due is Friday?
Thursday, 13th, October
So-
13th.
13. Yeah.
Yes.
We're done budgeting at noon. We have a couple this afternoon. We're done.
Okay.
Okay. We can maybe give this guy a call.
Okay.
We'll see what.
Yeah, when I get back down, I'll shoot Allison an email, see what she says. I'll
Yeah.
text you.
Okay, that'd be fine. All right.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Well,
You want to finish it up? I can't help you that first judicials.
I'll look at that. We have that done this afternoon.
So with the exception of that line, get senior bus needs to be changed, where that one's salary and contingency.
the only thing.
She was on Facebook.
She's watching videos
She's
down on
watching
Facebook.
Is.
No, I'm not. I'm working.
No, Stephanie,
Stephanie.
Oh.
our administrative assistant.
Is Rachel taking? Or, I don't know what you're playing. So that's how you pay for it, is that difference?
Yeah.
What you pay?
She's not been able to talk to Julie about any of that.
Sure you have, maybe she can turn on her.
I mean, maybe she's gonna do it before Julie, I mean, she's got till the 21st. but
Well,
she's
what I'm
not
getting
gonna-
at is that difference of pay,
And
what
what you-
pays for that.
Right.
So, if she doesn't take it, I'd say she gets her husband right on, I don't know, if she gets her husband, then that could give us a little bit of leeway on the bottom side. Bring it a little bit more and be justified.
Yeah.
If she doesn't take it.
And we're kind of at the mercy,
We're at a standstill right now, so now.
and we're at the mercy whether he has to pay somebody to take that job.
Well, I'm sure some of it would take that.
But you know.
But we really should.
Yeah. And he could pay that person exactly what he's paying Rachel.
You want to just throw this stuff.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you could.
You
Yeah.
could.
It's like the face. Okay? I think they around here.
But then again, that's
It's shit.
a contingency, right?
It's a contingency, yes.
So
In other
Yeah.
words.
And you'll save 12 for that.
So I added 52,343 to contingency and subtracted that from that salary line. Do you agree?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Still got ours to do. Ours.
Why not?
All right, we're gonna go to commissioners.
Okay.
Still see motorcycle.
Take that.
We'll get it later.
you saw that happening. If you saw it, you just wondered if you were going to say anything about it. Are we good with the 2, 2, and 3?
Let me double check. I believe so. I have 2, 2, and 3.
You don't know what salary it is.
Would you like a total?
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
you like them individually and then a total?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Jim with 3% is 75,565.31. Brent with 2% is 74,831.67.
Okay.
And Tim with 2% is 73,385.67.
It's laser big to that.
Got the total.
Yes. 223,782.65. I should have rounded up. I did. 223,783.
0.11.
223,782.65. Since it's above 50 cents, I rounded it up to 223,783. Below 50, I round down. Above 50, I round up.
Down to the general assistance. Now, this is one of those areas where we're going to zero out if we create that new department.
In your worksheet, right above, well, it's in the commissioner section. Will you take a look and see, I put in there that human resource department where we talked about salary and some office supply and training.
Yeah.
Are you okay with how that looks? Or are you talking about modifying or making an additional subsection, or would you like a combination department there? What are you thinking on presentation?
I think if we had a subsection, I think that might get us into trouble. That may lead more toward a union position because they'll think that that might be like an assistant to that department.
Okay.
Instead of a department head. That's the only thing that my mind goes to, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you guys think? Don't list it as a separate. I don't think that's the way to go. I think what we need to do is create a new.
Just make it,
I know what's gonna hit.
just make it a total new heading.
That would make a big deal,
So
but we still.
Yes.
that's true.
Last year, I know I'll have to push back.
That was one thing I didn't do yesterday.
I don't know,
So,
she here? Okay, I didn't see her,
She's been busy.
okay.
okay, I wonder if we can go ahead and get her up here now, or do we need to talk, well, we'd be on record, talk to her individually.
She won't feel free to talk right here.
Okay, all
Just
right.
go along with her.
I'll talk.
And then the only other question that we talked there would be, if we did this, that means you come behind somebody else. Very, very, very crucial. And I don't see what she would, because, well, it depends, if she takes the records and stuff away,
But if they're your records, Bobby, how come you guys, I mean, I'm just asking, I don't know. If they're your records, she doesn't take everybody else's records.
I didn't know what she said last.
I know, I know, she said
I
that.
think
to
probably
me too.
just because you've been here, you're here to do that.
I felt pushed back last year, so I just mentioned it.
And I'll be honest with you, when I talked to her, I didn't get a pushback. But that's something that we do need to make sure of.
That was something that was mentioned to me, that the records.
Okay.
She is,
Keep her
So
the record.
let's see how we can
And is she
overcome
gonna try to
that
take
problem.
all the records down there when there are records, or is she over the records? Don't. She would be over those records.
Yeah, but I don't understand, because she's not over any other records, everybody else keeps track of their own records, so I don't know why you guys do it.
Probably some deal cut
I
a
don't
long time
know.
ago, who knows?
Talk to her.
She did say my office is to keep the record pretty firm, you remember that? So. Oh, okay, cool.
So then we're not gonna be able to complete this one. till-
Can't do this one.
Now let's go with everything else, get that, make that our last thing.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and keep moving forward.
Well, we could do EMA.
No, I meant on our,
On ours?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know, Tim, you had mentioned, let's see. Increasing, travel.
Yeah. I'm looking.
Got it for about 4,000.
Oh, yeah. it's on the
Yeah, we had
very
taken it from 2 to 4.
last- Yeah, we're taking it, it's 100% increase too.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff that we travel to does get reimbursed.
It
Still is-
does get reimbursed.
There's still mileage and stuff like that.
On some things, the mileage is not reimbursed.
That's probably not a bad number.
4,000. You good with that, Brent?
You're not traveling?
I traveled for 10 years. We rotated back and forth, I did plenty of.
If we do the fees and funds, if we revamp those amounts, then the court security fund will have to come, that will come out large.
Rewind that.
Okay. 52,525, that line, transfer to court security fund. It's a $50,000 transfer that we put in.
Correct.
That will, if we redo the fees, that number will go down if not disappear.
Fees.
Right,
Yeah, that is wrong.
right, that would just fall out of that line item.
Yeah.
The only thing you had talked about on that for 2023 was to have a supplemental amount to put in there because the fund was so close on its balance, and then have the fee schedule go into effect to put a base layer in there. Now, if you want to go ahead and take it out.
Do this then to increase that base level, like a minimum fund level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
If you wanted to take the 50 out for next year, you certainly could and let the fees build themselves back up.
Yeah. Okay, I get that.
Now, I do want to talk to you about 52505. Okay. The transfer to the retiree health plan. I made mention of this in our discussion about the minimum fund balances. And you've had some circumstances for folks who have retired and taken the insurance, but there's been no salary savings. And so we went through a couple of those examples, and it's because they were more along the lines of office holder transitions where you didn't have any cost savings. And the folks wanted to elect the retiree health coverage. Well, what's happening now is, for example, in 2021, there were no contributions to the fund because of the wage differential. But there's about 130,000 a year coming out of the fund. And so it is spiraling toward a death date. So what you will probably need to do is, even though you don't have any calculations, you probably will need to move the 200 scheduled in 2022 and be prepared for the 2023, because you do have to keep that fund properly funded. It's an OPEB plan. It's an other post-employment benefit plan. And so you do need to keep a proper level of funding in there. So you've got it budgeted. It's not a big thing, but you're just probably going to have to do a manual claim to transfer into the OPEB plan. Did any of that make sense? Now your transfer to capital improvement went up as of yesterday's conversation to 881,944 plus. That was the difference in the enterprise.
881, what, 9 what?
944 plus the 150. Which would take that to 1,031,944.
What was the 150 for?
What we talked about this morning on the animal control.
All right, all right. Did that include the 250 coming out of?
Yeah, this is just general fund portion.
Okay. What was that $1 million fund?
1,031,944. Is that 031?
1,031,944. Can we take a look at postage? I'm thinking, postage rates are going up. I'm not quite sure.
And our stamps aren't good anymore.
No, well, I don't know. Your forever stamps maybe, but let's
I
see
don't-
what we got on postage.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe.
forever, me is
I
forever.
think, I thought it wasn't, they weren't good.
It looks like it's going to come in right at 105, so you may be okay.
Okay. So we're gonna take that to 110.
Yeah.
And contingency,
Yeah, contingency right now is at 811,031. Let me email you.
that include what Ashley was talking about.
Yeah, let me email you this. This is a list that I've kind of been tracking as you've been mentioning things. Let me email this and you take a look at it and see. If everything's included. Okay, 1 second.
I'm walking over there. Need to take you away. Video.
Yeah, we take from.
Okay, well, she's emailing that. Let's just take a 5 minute break.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay.
What not the Lincoln ones?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Yeah. It's a little tight.
Yeah. Got these two flags. I'll give it to the
Yeah.
board.
It should be, well, we always really miss.
Yeah, I kind of remember something about that, so. Okay, appreciate it, thanks. Okay. Thank you. We're just so good.
I was looking at that mutual process.
Joe, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just thought that was fun.
You got your email,
Okay,
got the breakdown.
well, let's take a look at that and see if that is encompassing the items that you've mentioned so far.
So. That 15 cents per hour for the assessor's office raise for 12 employees.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the assessors, I don't know why I was thinking treasurers. No,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
It's like treasurer.
The first two of those assessors, all assessors.
Got the two deputies. Treasurer's employee. I'm still waiting on the juvenile.
I thought, the gas, oh, that's right, they, on the gasoline for the sheriff's office, they were a little bit low, weren't they?
Yeah, what you'd asked for is to put the 165 request in there, but then to put 15,000 contingency just in case.
Like, why don't we do that again?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else.
I think on the gas, it was just the instability of the gas prices.
Yeah, let's head back up right now.
We left off a contingency expense.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing on that page, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Contingency.
Yeah, your current contingency is doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay. IT, that's what we have there is the outside services is contractual.
Yeah, the one I had questions, courthouse internet fees.
On the outside IT services, what Ashley did was he ran the monthly total of what you're paying right now, which ended up being about 120,000. And then you wanted to add 50,000 to it, I think for added increased cost for services, if there were telephone changeover services, something like that. So.
Good question, Tim.
Internet fees,
Internet fees.
16,000. Do we have a decrease in that? Didn't she say that, or we were gonna see a savings
Yes,
on that?
it was a lot.
Talk about 1,000.
And it was like 2,000, right?
Not for internet. Well, our phone bill and our.
Our whole thing's gonna
internet.
drop, that back to about like $3,000.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just those we got to cover.
It looks like it's about $13.39 a month, which would put it at $16,067.
Okay.
Do you want to increase that at all, or are you good at 16?
I'm good at 16.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Can we talk about telephone for just a minute?
Okay.
Telephone. Was projected to be 53. It's generally been 53 to 55 a year. It looks like it's going to end up being around 17.6. In looking at the detail posted to telephone, there's a monthly bill to Frontier for about $200. And then there's a monthly bill to Clearwave for $1,300 to $1,400. Are we missing a telephone bill somewhere that is the other part of that 53,000? Or did you have a greatly reduced telephone bill?
200 is animal control.
Yeah.
Oh. It's a separate bill to Frontier. And then Clearwave, when we get the bill for Clearwave, it's together, the internet and the phone. So it's $1,000 for internet, and then the phone usually ends up being like around 1,300 or 1,400. Bill's usually 2,300 or 2,400 altogether.
Okay.
Glasses on, glasses.
With them all.
So 53 is going to cover it?
Well, that's going to more than cover it.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
okay.
all right.
Yeah.
It's going to be
So-
100% more than,
Why did,
yeah.
what was that total monthly total
For the phone,
for everything?
for the phone and the internet, it's usually $2,300 or $2,400 a month.
You reduce that.
Sounds good.
I'm going to look at a prior year GL on that line item just to make sure.
The Clearwave lady. The Clearwave lady. She did say that it was supposed to bring our internet down a little bit. It was going to expand our width that we had and then bring the bill down just a little bit.
Sounds good.
Based on what you're currently paying, it'd be about 17.5. Do you want to take the 53 down, and I can let you know when I've got the detail on the prior year?
I'd say take it down to 30,
You know, we probably
Please.
sheriff's department.
correct? Would you, because I've got 28, almost 29,000.
But is part of that being applied to the internet fee line?
That total that I gave you included both.
Oh, it included
Yeah.
both.
That was.
Okay. So what was the total then again?
I showed telephone is going to come out to be about 17,600.
Okay. That includes,
That's just the total for the telephone. The
Just what-
internet has a separate.
Is that courthouse internet fee? Is that what that was? Was there another line?
There's a separate line item just for the
and
internet.
I'd say take the phone down. What would you say it was again, Kim? Was it 17?
17.6.
I'd say 18 or 20. 18. It's pretty consistent.
Well, we still have this month and next month.
Okay.
Well, Stephanie, I included that in my projection of 17.6.
Okay, gotcha.
It's at 14,670 right now.
Okay, take it,
120.
take it to 20.
Okay.
The unknown.
Okay.
Telephone expense to 20.
And I'll let you know if anything else shows up on the prior year GL. I'm still pulling it up here.
You could probably do away with that fixed asset stipend as well, can't we?
No, that's Sarah downstairs in Amanda's office. She takes care of that.
Oh, okay. I thought that was, okay.
I just have the two.
Still stay with. County grants at 25. Can you explain that one again, Kim?
Yes. That is the line item, the 25,000, that when the gaming proceeds began, you awarded that 25,000 in quarterly installments out as a grant from the county.
The cost.
I guess. The EMA director's eyes glazed over here, thinking he wants to do
We got a different-
Ran him off, huh?
different Zoom link today.
No, he says eyeball. He's glazed over.
And he wouldn't do that.
Well, when you ask the question.
Are we good on the transfer of the employees' health insurance fund?
Well, it's in there right now at the same amount as it was last year. I don't know what's going on with costs, premium increases, plan changes. Do you have any idea?
No, I don't. We're gonna have a presentation tomorrow, right? So we're gonna find out tomorrow. And then we got a decision to make what direction we're gonna go. So we'll find out this week
Okay.
on that answer. Recycling, did we need to make did we make a new line item?
Yes, you did.
You contracted services.
Yeah, so what do people talk about when you have these boring 3 weeks of just nothing, 67 degrees? I mean, really, well, the lows are gonna get, maybe down to 40 or something. It's been the same for 2 weeks.
It's been no rain, nothing.
I'll tell you what, some places for fires.
It's
the
dry.
Fire has dry.
Fire hazards, the story right now.
Yeah,
Are you complaining about this?
So
it's just a question, it's the same every single day.
It's fall, y'all.
But you know,
Fall goes.
fall's fine, but you know what follows fall, and that's what I hate, so,
Kim, on the general assistance, do we
gosh.
zero out that salary then?
Well, we haven't done anything with that yet because I'm not quite sure
Wait. Find out from Amanda.
how to put that block in there for you.
Okay,
We're gonna have to come back to this.
Saturday morning, Russ had on a pair of shorts, a takeoff down the lake, return,
anything else?
and I dressed up like an Eskimo.
Actually,
Huh?
I think I like it.
Okay.
Where, you know,
41's
we'll
cold,
see-
man.
hopefully
I see he's got more
some-
inflation.
and that transfer of employees' health insurance fund.
I knew that you
But
started.
That's what you do.
I started shedding, I love it up.
If you wanted to, I mean, you could put in a percentage increase to be prepared if you wanted to do that. I've not yet seen health insurance not go up.
This may be one of those years.
Okay.
Well, I mean, a 10%. So you're
That would
saying
be-
not, but.
That would be like 330,000.
Okay, all right. Health insurance.
I could start with that.
Yeah, let's come back to that.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay, we'll know to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna have to come back to that.
On Greater Egypt, I looked at the letter they sent over, and the amount they have on there based on your per capita is going up to 18,131. So I can update that amount. On the SIMPO, I don't know if there's still a separate SIMPO requirement. It used to be $223. That wasn't with their letter. They increased their per capita from 25 cents to 27 cents.
That's the difference from 16 to 18.
That was in their letter. Yeah. But usually there's a SIMPO calculation with it. And I didn't see one this year.
Yeah.
You want to leave it in there just in case?
Anything else?
Redco,
I don't think we have any.
do we still have a Redco contribution due?
Yeah, isn't
I
that,
think we have the fourth quarter still due for this year.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Well, I think
almost
he's on one
positive.
quarter. But I don't know if that'll fall in December. I mean, I have to look.
Let's see on Redco. Yeah, you're still doing 10,000 a quarter on Redco. So
A lot of money, hope we get some out of it. Every other salary pays.
Hard to qualify the total.
on the revolving loan stipend and the GATA stipend, I was looking. I'm trying to recall the conversation that they're in there at 1,500. Last year's amount were 3,000. Should those be left at 3,000? I can't recall why those would have dropped.
Either,
Okay.
3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. The only other line is the county grant match, which is 52201. That's that odd amount of 11,769. That represents the grant match on the grants for the state's attorney's office. So 80% of some of the salaries come out of the state's attorney's budget, and 20% of some of those come out here for the grant match requirement. I'm not sure which grants are still in place.
Would I actually know that, or do I need to call state's attorney's office?
I don't know who would know that. You could try both. Can I ask Stephanie a question on telephone, please?
Yep.
Stephanie, in the prior year, it looks like there were maybe 2 Frontier bills paid out of telephone. So one is animal control. Would you remember what the other one was for?
The amount.
378.67.
Only thing that I can think of is if they did some kind of maintenance over at the courthouse, sometimes they'll send me bills for that. So it could
Okay.
be something like that.
Okay, because yeah, randomly there are 2 Frontier bills a month, but they're not consistent. One was like $12.31. $70.
Well, that was for recycling's phone.
Oh, okay. So that's what's gone away then, maybe.
But there was a line item for recycling for the phone though.
Yeah, this is to Frontier.
Yeah.
Would the recycling be Verizon?
That would be Verizon, yeah, you're right.
Okay. So maybe these extra Frontier bills are maintenance bills that the 2021 total was 24,629. Do you want to go back to telephone and up that to like 25 to cover any maintenance bills just in case?
They shouldn't be sending us it because they're not, they ended our agreement like for phone maintenance
Okay.
at the beginning of March, so they
Okay.
shouldn't send us those anymore.
Yeah, that's why I don't see them again then in 2022. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they threw that on us first thing this year.
Gotcha. Okay. So back to the grant match line. Maybe reaching out to both would,
I'll go, I got a note to reach out to.
okay. Probation. I don't believe you received anything from probation about the 2023 expenses yet. Am I right, Steph, on that?
I haven't. I talked to her right whenever budgeting season started, whenever I sent out all the letters to everyone, and she
Okay.
said that I don't have one yet.
Okay.
Which is
So
usually
it's in
later.
there at the prior year amount. I don't know a better amount to put in there just yet. On your copier maintenance agreements, that's a little bit over budget right now. Do you want to up that from 1,500? If I math it out, it looks like it's going to be 1985.
Yeah. If that's what it works out to.
That's what it's trending toward.
Where's it going to? Kim?
The 53409.
And what's that?
Okay.
What's that amount?
Right now it's at 1654. You've budgeted 1,500. Stephanie, is that monthly?
Yeah,
Okay. So if I average that out for 10 months times 12, it's 1985.
Okay, so let's just make it a 2.
Okay. Okay. Dues, you've got at 600. There haven't been any dues come out yet. Are you okay at the 600?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we first anyway.
previous,
Yeah. We dropped all the others. Well, it's not them, it's the, their Indeco.
And I think that the reason why that's still in there was because I paid
They're
Well,
paying everything.
did I pay it in November for the next year? Because they sent me
Where it's just not spent yet.
yeah.
Right. Okay. And that it could be a November item that's coming up. Yeah. Office supplies, you're at 1,577. A $2,000 budget. Are you feeling pretty comfortable there?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk about the liquor commissioner salary?
I'd as soon as go stay the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see.
Maybe 3,500.
Usually,
Just 1 second here.
Especially,
Good place, you know, this. Cops told me to go first. Oh, what are you talking about?
there might have been
son,
something
that
behind
is
that.
true public safety.
We went down to Copier, we're gonna shut it down at 12:01, they said, you go ahead, I'm like.
Okay. The only department that I have not heard you mention is the Regional Office of Education. In looking at that one. Now, I think the remaining lines in your department all relate to, that we haven't discussed, all relate to auditing, budget, accounting fees, those types of things. You will have a single audit in 2023 for your ARPA spending. So here is my thought. You generally like to have a private conversation, absent me on that, and that's understandable. So I wanted to afford you time and space to do that. I can tell you that for professional services, like most every other professional service, costs are going up. So I will have to propose some fee changes to you about that. I'd be happy to propose those to you, let you see what you want to do, let you think about it. I do have this suggestion for you, though. The consulting services line hasn't really been used the last year or two. I think Ashley has stepped in and really helped out a lot in areas for that. So I don't know that the single audit, that could certainly come out of that particular amount. You will probably through 2026 be required to have a single audit because of the expenditure of the ARPA funds. Any year you expend more than 750,000 of federal awards, you're going to have that single audit. So I will leave that conversation there and let you all have your private conversation. My question is, did you want to take a look at the ROE? And then I can leave you all here, and then that way you can still get to your afternoon meeting. Is that an okay plan, or would you like to do something different? Okay.
I don't know if they're into that,
It's based on the EAP.
I think. I don't know, but I'm around. Yeah. Roll, I found out. What else did I know? 17. Two and seven payroll, that's a big balance. First thing you think about 2 and 7, why they're, that, you know, don't mind us bringing the county office.
The 160 number is coming from the first page down there at the bottom.
Bring the county office payouts across. We would pick up the county.
You're going to pay a percentage of the total costs.
So I don't remember why she said those are getting jumped up so high. She have anything said? Okay, I guess why I heard. Well, she's
Still on vacation.
well, they all seem the same to me. She's scheduled, get in there. She's on vacation for a month, notice, call me notice stuff.
She's supposed to get back with me when she's going on vacation.
I don't see you talking about it.
Now, if you look up at the top portion of the budget, the personnel costs for 22 were 194,107. And then it looks like the fringe benefit costs are going down to where the total is down to 193. So that may be what's happening is there's a redistribution of fringe benefit costs that are no longer needed to salary. Do you see that top block? The 194 to the 193?
If I see that, where's that at?
Do you have the first page of the ROE budget submission?
Right, you know, it stands right in the middle of the right-hand column. It's hard to
Okay.
see. If you look through that, there's been a decrease in IMRF, workers' comp, unemployment.
Yeah, so the total of 2022 was 194, 107.20.
Oh,
See
okay,
the
cool.
number?
Yeah, got it, sorry.
So the total of the 23 would be 193, 122. So if you look up there in the top, you'll see wages or general operation cost up, but then you see a drop there in IMRF where it looks like maybe that she's working with maybe some part-time folks who are not going to be on the retirement system is what it looks like to me.
Well, she has, how is their funds? Is it broken out according to the size of the county?
The expenses are shared based
But-
upon EAV.
Well, like their total budget, it's based upon the size of the county or EAV or, right?
Well, the cost that they're passing along to the counties is based on the EAV, but
Yeah.
they get a great deal of funding from the state.
Yeah. So that bottom number, I think that bottom number is going to be set by the EAV, right?
Your share of it.
Yeah, so that we can't really change that number.
Right. And I think what you're seeing here is your share of it.
Yeah.
I think what you're used to seeing is the total and how it's shared with everybody else as well.
Yes.
And I think that's the component that might be missing. Would it be helpful to see that?
Honestly, if it's based on what our EAV is, then it is what it is.
Okay.
Right? Am I not seeing that correctly?
No, I think he's correct, and I don't think there's really anything that we can do about it.
No. So, you know, even going through and looking at their,
I think we have this-
assistance, it's still not, doesn't matter to us because we still have to pay that bottom amount.
I think we go through this every year.
Yeah. So
I think
I think we're done with ROE.
that's what I
Okay.
think.
Okay. Okay. I was just going to quick look at the 2022 presentation and see, information sometimes is just helpful, you know,
Sure.
it's just information.
I think I had that conversation with Lori last year.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Let me take a quick look here.
Or if we don't ask a really dumb question or two.
Why whatever.
I know you've answered that question last 10 years, but I'm asking.
Gonna ask it again. That's God.
Why when she said she was going on vacation, I didn't make a
Good
big
Lord.
effort to get her in here because.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's,
So Stephanie remembers from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Funny,
even with our glasses on, she's Einstein.
it's funny how she remembers stuff like
What I
that.
want to.
Yeah, what she wants.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Tim, just for informational purposes, this is all. I will forward the 2022, which has the statute included for how it's split based on the EAV, and then the percentages for each of the counties is in there. I don't think information is going to be any different for 2023, but this at least will give you the statute and how it looked. I just think the presentation is similar. And you can discard this email if you don't want it. But it just will reinforce the path or the method here. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. And I really think that they were looking to simplify their presentation because sometimes it gets a little complex, a little complicated. And I think sometimes simple can be good. So I think that's the only thing. Now, while you guys are working this afternoon, I can, what I was going to do was work with what I've got on salary information for the circuit clerk's office. I sent you all over a listing, if you will, from the September payroll for that staff. So what I thought I could do, if my afternoon meeting gets wrapped up before 4 o'clock, which it might, then what I'd like to do is to give Justin a call back. We were going to continue to work on his automation funds and go over an updated staff listing and help him get that submission to you. If we could do that this afternoon, then that may enable you to finish out that fund in the morning or that particular office in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sounds good.
That's who's on the payroll right now.
Effective today, not, things that could change by the moment.
So are you okay if I get a hold of Justin and continue to work with him?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Oh,
Let's see. Okay. Were there any other items, any other research?
No, there's a lot of stuff that I need to make some phone calls, checking into.
couple actions.
I gotta talk with Amanda. I gotta contact Simpo and check with the grants that are still in place, either at the state's attorney's office or the treasurer's office. And that was for, what line item was that again? That was the,
Grant match? Right?
yeah,
To see who currently you have a grant for?
Right.
Okay. Do you want to do anything as far as planning out dates for truth in tax posting your tentative, posting your final?
I think we can go ahead and do that real quick. That will take a second.
I go, yeah, I hit my-
Okay. So we want to work backwards on this?
You can work whatever
Two
way you want to, forwards or backwards.
Sideways.
Okay. I mean, so. I mean, I think we're moving at a pretty good pace here. I don't know, when do you think you could, if we get all the information, at what point would be a reasonable point where we could maybe look at posting a tentative or approving a tentative?
Okay. And this is maybe just some helpful information. What you guys work on are about the first 10 pages of the book. Okay. And so then the remaining 190 pages in the book are funds held by other office holders.
Right.
Or funds that you're managing that you've made the decisions on here through what you're moving from the general fund to this other fund and that kind of thing. So the offices, I've already received information from the county clerk, the highway department. Ashley's got the one fund. I can reach out to him and Judge Green. So if you're thinking you're wrapped up tomorrow, right? You've got all your decisions made by tomorrow.
Yeah, if I can find out the answers to all of this stuff.
Okay. We could do something either.
You think we could be done at the end of this month?
Oh yeah, I was going to say even sooner than that. We could do something the week of the 10th or the early part of the week of the 17th.
Okay, why don't we shoot for the 17th?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be better.
The 10th is a holiday.
That was the 10.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you want to shoot for that to post your tentative?
Shoot for the 17th,
Shoot,
at least.
I don't have a single meeting scheduled for that week.
Yeah, let's see who comes in.
Now, if you're able to do it that early, you just have to do the 15 days before you post your final.
I just, is that working days? I always have to ask that. Was that just 15 days?
It's calendar. It's calendar. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, your truth and taxation hearing just has to be before the last Tuesday in December. That's when the tax levies are due.
Tentatively, you could approve it on November 1st.
Let me
Or the
1,
second.
2,
Or the second.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Second, pocket lunch. Wednesday.
I was counting to the first, whatever day you want, as long as it's at least 15 days. That's all that matters.
So in most cases, this time of year, besides this year, revenues are up. We're usually $1 million or $2 million in the hole, so we're getting close, pretty even right now.
Yeah, we discussed that.
We went backwards after that, though.
Yeah, we went backwards a little bit today.
Yeah, the ups and downs right now through the changes yesterday and today. You are about 52,000 to the bad, but you have not worked on the circuit clerk's office, which should gain you, I put everybody in there not really understanding the budget presentation. So you're probably going to gain, I don't know, maybe 150,000 there. Okay. So you're still going to have probably 100,000 to the good, which you could, put in capital improvement. You could put in contingency. You can just tell me where you think that would be best put.
Nor we've still not addressed the fees.
Right. What I'm looking at is instead of, without having any information from Rhett, if you're not going to be able to really adjust those fees the way you wanted to, then we look at keeping the staff on that payroll.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't remember a couple years ago, we got 2.4.
Okay.
Oh, at this time. We had some pissed off people.
Where are you gonna go when you're 2.5 million?
This is kind of a 1-year hiatus, I think, from budget stress. This is the effect of the CPI plus growth, the 5% CPI, the growth in the TIF, the regular growth. I think next year you'll be back to your standard 4.5% increases to work with. So I think this particular year, you're just seeing the positive effects of the growth. But Jim, back to your question, what I'd like to do is get those changes in, get your other funds documented the way you want them, send the whole document to you just to flip through before you work on, adopting the tentative. And then any changes, of course, can be made between the tentative and the final. So, but back to the calendar. The 17th. Do you have any feelings right now on a truth and tax hearing? If you want to collect that 12.5% growth, you absolutely have to have your truth and tax hearing.
I think we might want to collect it.
You should. So you want to do it that week?
We can do that we're usually here on that Wednesday. Or can we do it that Monday as well?
You can. What I might recommend to you is doing it with your final, because your final then will encompass all the changes.
Okay.
And you may, for some reason, want to change a tax levy or move something around a little bit. So usually the truth and tax is done sort of with the final.
Okay, so on the 2nd?
We can do that.
I'm gonna be out of, I'll be at a doctor's appointment on the 2nd.
Okay, did you say we could do it on the 1st?
Yeah, when I count again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I get the 15th day as November 1st. Would you prefer, out of safety, to do something like the 3rd?
3rd, let's do the 3rd.
Saturday.
Be on Saturday.
November 3rd.
Well, I thought on my calendar, November 3rd is a Thursday. Am I looking at my calendar wrong?
Fifth is Saturday. Gee, put your glasses on.
We'll let you know when to check.
Making sure that you're not messing up.
She was counting her overtime work just now.
Yeah. Thanks for keeping me honest, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
So how's the 3rd?
She had an idea.
and that's what is that, our tentative, or is that our?
That could be your final, that could be your truth and tax hearing, your statement of tax levies, your appropriations ordinance, your,
And we have to do those in each
separate meetings, correct? Or that was another?
We'd have it, we'll have two in the same day. We'll have nobody here, of course.
Yeah, you'll have your truth and tax, which is a
Right.
meeting in a meeting.
Right.
But then you'll have your list of documents, of which, do you remember the most important document that you pass? The abatement of the tax levies.
Right.
Those are all separate documents. So those are all the documents. There'll be a whole list that Stephanie will have, and it's your budget plan, your appropriation plan, your statement of tax levies, your truth and tax certificate for compliance, your publication, along with your abatement of levies for the jail bonds, and we'll do the abatement of the PBC bonds. And then all of that can be filed with the county clerk's office, and you're done for the year.
Okay. So do all that on Thursday, the 3rd?
I'm asking you, is that what you would like to do?
Yes.
9 or 10 o'clock?
We did it 10 last year. It didn't matter.
It's really up to you.
Let's make it 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
You're talking about November the 3rd.
Stephanie, where are you at?
Because you guys have got me thrown off, because
Are
usually
you in
you don't
January now?
post. You guys usually don't post the tentative until November. You're talking about posting it in October?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was thrown off. I was counting through November. 'Cause
Oh,
you guys always post it in November.
oh,
Yeah.
Stephanie. Go back,
Okay, I'm
go
getting
back,
there.
go back,
I'm getting there.
go back your TikTok.
Okay, so 10 o'clock on what day?
Thursday, November 3rd.
Saturday, November 3rd.
Listen, I have enough confusion in my life.
Okay, now, Steph,
Creative.
Steph, what they're looking at is posting the tentative on the 17th. Did you decide on a time for the 17th? Would you like to do 10 a.m. on that day as well?
Consistent.
Hold it.
October.
Okay.
Stephanie,
10
get lost
o'clock.
on the time, day.
Is that right? October 17th at 10 o'clock, the tentative.
Yeah. That's a Monday. Yeah, she'll have to get your agendas ready and stuff. So we'll make sure Stephanie's good on dates and times. And then the
Right, Monday.
3rd, 10 a.m. for final statement of tax levy, appropriation, abatement of bond payments, PBC, jail. We'll go over that list of documents for your agenda, Stephanie.
You're talking about the truth and taxation being held
Yeah.
that day.
Yes, truth and tax as well.
Okay, I was just thrown off with the months.
No problem.
That's okay. Nope, Steph, you're doing a great job.
Tentative budget done on the 17th, final truth and taxation on the 3rd.
That's what I've got. If you need to change it, you just let me know.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. I will leave you all. And we'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow at 9. Is that correct?
Okay. All right. I will see what I can work on with Justin to see if we can't get something that helps you all out to have that department wrapped up tomorrow as well. Okay.
I'll do my best to get the answers to all of these. I got about 6 things I gotta check on there, so,
Okay. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Okay.
okay, all right.
All right. Thank you.
See you, Kim. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
I need to talk to Amanda. Need to get the simple calculation, check on the grants that are still in place. And check with Jeff Watkins and actually check with Brett on her fees schedule.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know that I've ever been present for you guys submitting out the
And
tentative
check
in
on our
October.
phones, because I still wasn't able to get that
Well,
email from Josh about the phone system.
He hasn't sent you that link. Is there-
He said he sent a link and I didn't get it. So,
yeah, Stephanie.
Do you remember a tentative coming out in October? Ever?
Yeah, we're doing October. I remember the
Long,
revenue.
like before 6 years prior to I
You
was.
gotta
getting
remember,
there.
this is nothing compared to what's passed. The past, I wanted to just get my head against the wall. We're $2 million in the hole. And you're trying to tell people you got a cut. It's not a fun situation. And that's been the last 3 or 4 years. When I first came on, they couldn't even balance budget. All they wanted to just fight.
Kick trash can.
You know, Bob Barnett kicked the chair off of him. Yep. Oh. So we're gonna do, you got all the dates set, you're gonna put them on the board, correct?
Yep.
With your glasses on, good.
I don't think we want this release.
So this afternoon, we've got,
Pittsburgh.
With your guy. I got one, I talked to 145 with Mayor Hurst. And I got the Cambria, Mayor coming in today. Yeah. Talked to him last night.
And
We're excited.
tomorrow I've got the participation agreement people coming in after you guys meet with Sue.
We're just rolling right along, you know it? Okay. Tell the tape. Let's just tell the tape. Kim wants to talk about her. I obviously brought up a proposal last year. I'm just gonna, well, first of all, I want to say this. This is probably one of the better boards I've seen in a long, long time. Because we actually have fun. And we laugh, do a lot of laughs. 98% of the time we agree on stuff, but there's, you know, a couple of sticky points I just can't get my head through. Don't know who's right, who's wrong. But this is one of them. So make no mistake about it. I have voted for Kim Meyer's firm over the years. Ron has voted for Kim Meyer's firm over the years. Ron says best thing since sliced bread until she didn't give him a job. Then he turned on her. I'm going back in time before you, Tim. Jim. And then Ron started wanting to say, you know, he made up some lies to try to sway me his way, which I won't stand for that. And I'm not going to do that. And he wanted to go bid everything. You do not have to bid this type of service, okay? And I was not listening to his garbage, and I told him to stay with him. So I did not go with him, because it was not the best thing to begin. All right. The last 2 years, I don't know Kim Meyer. I have not spoken to Kim Meyer about business since December 7th, 2020. I talked to her about my dad's taxes one day, and that was it. Her not attending meetings, she said on tape, December 31st, 2021, the last time she'll be doing Zoom meetings. Here we are. Our meetings, our life revolves around her. Jack went to Zoom and all that kind of stuff. Just drives me crazy. What I witnessed this year, and you know what, to say so, last year too. Ashley Gott has stepped up to the plate. The first 5, 6, 7 meetings, we don't need her. We don't need her at all. He sits there and he's the accountant, supposedly of the county. He can sit there and he can round numbers off right and left. I don't think we return to her. Huge savings, right there. That alone is a huge savings. In her fees, she used to bring all the copies of everything in here to us and hand them out to the person, which was on her dime. And now we're making copies of everything that is on our dime, but the fees are still the same. Her billing system is horrendous. Just say one line, this, 20 hours. Really? No business would accept that. Red's all document down. She said, I'll change it. Nothing's happened. She assumes she's going to get every single audit. I wouldn't assume anything. I don't think that any one firm should get every single audit. She used to come around with the budget books, pass out to every single person. If I'm incorrect, stop me. She brought the budget books around to all the office holders in a binder, if I'm correct.
She'd give all of us the.
Yeah. And now we're getting all on computer, which is not costing us any paper money, but we see nothing less on her bills. I proposed last year, same thing I would propose propose this year that I'm not Ron Ellis. I'm not saying to get rid of budget bond. Anywhere I go, and talk on it, I will say they do a great job. They're good at what they do. I think they're high. The last 2 years, the attack on BBC and some deals she's been involved in, people say she's a fourth commissioner. That's been going on for years. I hate that with passion. I don't rely on her for nothing. So, again, 98% of the time, we are singing off the same page. But I cannot sing off this page. And once you guys figure out what you want to do, my proposal would be, there's a lot of money here that can be saved by using Ashley. A lot. I talked to him about it. He filed numbers, he sent it to her, and she can put in her deal and save money. We're here to control the money. She just said her fees are going up again. That's every year. But we're not getting the stuff she used to do for us. Tells you when it comes to the meeting, for God's sake, making $140,000 a year plus 192 last year. I just don't know her anymore. And I would say that she should pick one side or the other. I would be content with her staying on this side. Have somebody audit her work. Or somebody else do this side, audit, vice versa. The last 2 years has been a serious wake-up call. So I vote for pass. I like him, he's very intelligent. Want that on record, but I think it's time after 15, 20 years that we need some different eyes, looks at different things, and don't tell them what we'll cover. And I'm officially done. Thank you for your time. So that's my 2 cents.
I'm happy with your services. I don't see where she's, the accusation has been that she's auditing. But frankly, I can't see that she's auditing. It's in this statement.
Okay,
I've got her 1099 from last year sitting in my desk. The accusation was that she made 192 or 210 plus. 131 is what I found out that she was paid last year.
Walking Bluff?
Yeah, I was told that. I've got the 1099, the county issued for total amount paid. It was 131, 825 to be exact. Now, maybe there's some other funds that she was paid.
You're right. They want you to come 190. Believe me. Yeah.
The only one I've seen so far that where we showed what we paid it was 131. And quite honestly, I don't want to get into that argument. I'm happy with what she's doing for the county right now.
You're agreeing to go with having the whole chihuahua, no matter what the pay is, right?
What's that?
They're asking, you're okay with her doing both sides, no matter what the fee is?
Well, you keep saying both sides. That leads to the belief that she's auditing her own work. Is that what you're trying to do? She's doing the accounting for the county?
She worked with all the offices and all the numbers, and she come back, and then she's gonna go into an audit on what she did for them?
What work is she doing for the offices? They call her about where they should put this or where they should put that?
Yeah. Audit.
And then, but isn't all that information then compiled by Ashley? And then at that point, she audits the work that Ashley does? Isn't that what she does?
Ashley should be doing the majority of it. I don't think you would tell you the same thing.
Well, I'm just saying that I just simply don't agree with your assessment that she's auditing her own work. And I mean, that's your opinion, that's fine. I have my opinion, that's fine. And to say that a single opinion is what is going to drive this board, sorry. I just think she's doing a good job for the board.
So she should get every single audit business, no matter what.
I think she turns in an engagement letter. And then she performs according to her engagement letter.
But she does get every single audit, correct?
Well, as far as I know, she gets every audit. I don't think we've got another auditor coming in here.
I think that's bad news.
There's nothing written in stone or, policy that says they get every single audit.
She just does, it's like,
Well, it's a board vote that allows that. That's the part that you're not stating.
it wasn't anybody basically blaming the board.
I just.
I mean, she sends us the engagement letters.
Right.
And then the board votes
Right.
to accept the engagement letter. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. It's not just a given that it goes there. It requires a board vote. And a board vote is a board vote, whether you got 3 people on there or whether you got 35 people on. It's a board vote. If the majority of a large board went that way, it's a board vote. It's if the majority of a 3-person board goes that way, it's a board vote. It's the same no matter what the number is. So it's a board vote that engages with her firm. And
Well,
I will say this. I'm happy with her services. I've said that in years past. I've also said, I'm completely satisfied with the services that are performed. And until I'm not satisfied with the services performed for whatever the reason, I plan on continuing to use that firm. I think, we got a lot of different numbers that we toss around here. She's got the expertise, her firm's got the expertise. The money doesn't all go to her. Let's make that clear. It goes to the firm. And then out of that, if, payroll's made out and everything like that. So Ron, and I don't want to dig up skeletons in the past, there were various reasons why Ron went a different direction. I'm not going to get into that on tape. But I said it then, and I'll say it again. I'm satisfied with the services that are rendered, and until that changes, I'm happy with what we're doing. There is one thing I do want to clarify, though. I know the former commissioner was stating that you get it done a lot cheaper compared us to Jackson County, where they get everything done a lot cheaper. Jackson County is a township, and every township within that county had to have their own audit at a certain cost. I don't know. I would assume that would be around $5,000. There are, I think, 16 townships. And then, so you add on top of that, the countywide audit. And then on top of that, they had an auditing coordinator, a salary for that. And that was like close to $80,000. So by the time you add all the auditing for Jackson County, you're well over $200,000. And Ron was trying to, he's trying to make it a comparison that didn't hold water. They spend a heck of a lot. Than what? Yeah, is this a large amount? I'll agree, it's a large amount. I'm not going to argue that. But everybody's got their opinion. You stated your opinion. I respect that. You stated your opinion. I respect that. I hope you respect my opinion. And,
I do have a couple questions. It used to be she's over here all the time. And then when you do the audit, you go inside, you sit down at the desk, you do inspections and pulling certain segments of their work. How did you do this? She never here. I don't think she do a circuit court audit. She never set the foot in the building. And then not coming to these meetings. How can we sit here?
I think you're going to find a lot of, I understand your point, what you're getting at. I would have to say that I think you'd find a lot of firms do that now by Zoom. We meet with just recently, we met with Tom Couch by Zoom. We met with other attorneys by Zoom. We met with Tony by Zoom. We meet with a lot of people by Zoom. Zoom's here to stay. I think it's just a technology that's here. And through COVID, people have really turned on to Zoom. It's just, that's what, I don't think you're going to get away from it.
It's just cleaner when you're in here. She said 2031, 21 is the question she's going to. doing it.
I know what you're saying, and I know from
Because
times
they're breaking up
past,
and
you're,
you're talking over each other and.
I get it. I don't think we had that problem.
Well,
This time.
it couldn't get around.
So-
the screen.
You know, next time we have her, let's ask her why she doesn't come in.
And that's a fair question. I'm not, you know, like I said, I respect everybody's opinion.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, it's, to me, and then money, I'd be jumping through hoops.
Here's the thing, Brent, I mean, I want to be happy with the services that we're getting from her. I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. Let's ask her.
I'm just saying that.
And let's ask her the reasons behind why she wants to zoom in.
Yeah, no, I.
And I think that's a fair thing to ask.
I do too.
And I can agree, if you think that what we're paying her should include her personally being here, let's find out.
Well,
Why that is.
Do you believe that she's doing the exact same stuff that she's done over the years? Like doing all of her copies and doing all this and doing that, she's still doing that, but still charging us to do that? We're doing it. It's costing taxpayers going there and make those copies every time when she's to hand them to us as part of her money we pay her. I'm just saying she's changed. And I thought the world can, but she's a changed individual. She's vindictive at times. And I don't care. I mean, I knew it would be 2-1, but I'm going to say what I believe, and I do not believe for a minute we're getting the same service that we have gotten over the years from her. She said right here in front of us, and she passed out all this stuff. It's not there, but
I think
again, I don't care.
I think the real core of it is because you got used to her bringing in the fruit and everything.
The bananas
She's bringing out donuts and the.
That's the afternoon. That's
All
the
the
afternoon
candy.
session.
Yeah.
Now bringing candy's all we got.
But tomorrow, let's settle this tomorrow. Let's spend the first few minutes of our budget meeting tomorrow. Let's ask her if there's a reason why she's not coming in person.
I think I asked her this year, she said she didn't show money, but she said she's going. I just think I think it's rude, quite honestly. I think it's rude to us. I think it's rude to the taxpayer. I just think, you know, you could COVID for excuse all you want. My God, use this forever, but just not come around and doing audits or single audits or exit audits, and not even stepping foot in the office. I just don't. I don't.
Now you made one comment that I will have to
Push back on.
address. Yeah, well, the use of Ashley.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like the same thing with Ron is wanting to carve out an auditor position in the county. All right. The problem with that is every position in here is political. I don't care how you look at it. It's all political. With Kim and with that firm or any independent firm, you're having a non-partisan look at everything. She doesn't, the numbers aren't Republican, the numbers aren't Democrat, the numbers aren't independent, that they are what they are. And so there's no, I get that there's no political motivation for in any aspect in doing this work here. Now, I'm not saying Ashley has a political motive. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying, run that risk of having some sort of other intent in directing or helping. And you'll never get that out if it's an in-house thing. When it comes to these numbers, and these are large numbers, and we got a lot of different departments and a lot of different funds, and we saw it a couple times in budgeting past. Well, I remember he made a statement, well, you know, you did this for that department, I want this for my department. And so now you got that mentality guiding, and that's not the independence that I want. I want somebody who has no connection to this other than just what the numbers are, what the revenues are, what the expenses are, nothing else coming into play. I mean, we're hammered with.
We never even had a treasurer, Tim, come to a budget meeting because they weren't smart enough to run the numbers.
Right, well, and I think we have that, that's totally different now.
And she admitted, he's taking a load off of it. Well, then we should have a reduction in pay.
Ashley's doing a fantastic job and should continue to be treasurer for a long time because
He's got passion sometimes.
Well, he does the county.
you know what, somebody pushing back is okay.
Let me make this point too. Kim does not do the accounting for the county. That was a point that
That's-
was made a while back. Ashley does the accounting for the county. Kim is the auditor.
She's right in the middle of this budget.
But she does not have the checkbook. She does not write the checks. Ashley does all that, like his department. And I just want that independent,
And you know, and I think that's, there's probably a good point to make there, and that is Ashley's job. And to say otherwise is really doing the service, because that's the job he's performing to the taxpayers.
Right. He also,
He's earning his money that the taxpayers are paying. So
he also
he's
gave three firms' names to get somebody to put the other side. So I think he might be for that, so.
Well, I mean, that's fine. He has an opinion, and everybody has one,
But it's going to be a board decision.
right?
No, it's more sensitive. I'm just saying, but he gave me those because he agrees that there should be.
I think if you were to ask everyone in this county, they would probably give you someone different, because I view that, a lot of people view that this firm is a roadblock as to what they want to do. And because of that, that's where the attack comes in. And that's where she's the fourth commissioner. I challenge anyone to show me what decision she made. What decision? Now, consulting is one thing. We get consulting from Red. We get consulting from him on labor. Red doesn't make the decisions on labor. We do. He gives us the information. And on this, it's the same thing.
She guides you to.
Well, so does Red.
Brett just said it's the way it is.
But that's a guide.
So that would actually, I mean, she presents the information.
But the board makes the
But if
decision.
Brett's telling us, and Brett says this is what you have to do, then technically he has to make a decision.
He-
You know, but
Not really,
That-
but we still have the opportunity, what I'm.
the point is that she and he are doing essentially the same thing.
Same
for
thing.
us.
It's the same.
It comes down, and it's a shame that it's become a political football. I hate that.
No,
I think
But the reality
people
it's
view
almost
her-
people running.
And like I said, I think she's earning the money for the county.
I think.
And the second that I disagree with that, then I might be sitting in Brent's chair making the same argument,
Absolutely,
trying to convince two other guys to make the same thing.
absolutely. And I feel the
That's
same
why
way.
One day you probably will be saying that,
Maybe.
because it's good, it's one people look down on, I was gonna say, and so, but it is what it is, but what time are we back?
But I do, you know, and I will say this, that I do believe that there are people with ulterior motives in trying to put pressure on us to get rid of Ken. I do believe that.
You have,
I do believe
Oh, well,
that. I
we-
believe people would
we've
love
had
to
the
see.
calls.
I do believe people would love to see Kim gone, and I've got those phone calls also. And anytime somebody pushes on something like that makes me stop and take a look at, well, what is she?
Makes you go deeper.
Why is somebody so dead set on getting rid of the auditor? Is there something else we need to look into?
But you notice I never say good.
No, you've been very careful about that, and I appreciate that.
Because she's good. I've said it everywhere, she's good.
Yeah.
She's good. But I don't.
And that is,
We need some new eyes. It's been 20 years.
that is the essential part that we disagree upon.
Fine.
And it's a small part. I think the.
Small part of his board stuff.
But
Yeah,
I will say
98%
this too, and I always say when you compare us to other counties, it doesn't matter what other counties or what other communities do. But I will say this, I think you'll find out that a lot of counties, other counties, because I've asked before, and communities use the same auditor year after year after year. You know,
Right.
you'll find that's pretty common. Now, it doesn't make it right or wrong.
Yeah, most
I'm not
municipalities,
saying it makes
3
it
to
right.
5 years of swallow, and they change.
Not from what I've found out, but you can,
But
it's,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
hungry,
You're
so
gonna
I'm
pay
gonna go eat, so I'm hungry.
all right.
So
Other than that, who holds another home run last night?
we have to be back here in 55 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay. All right.
And I'll hear you.
Make a motion that we recess for lunch, back
You
up
got-
1:15.
you got Pittsburgh, 1:15,
I think that's what you said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
115.
I made a motion, so.
Okay, second. Go ahead, Steph.
Joe Marlowe.
Yay.
Brent Gentry.
Okay,
Tim Mack.
You betcha.
115 it is. Steph, you want date? What's the date today, Steph?
The 4th.
I know.
Of October, November, December?
I don't know. I'll have to check my calendar.
We have somebody coming in at 1:15, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
and just suck it in. And I cut the head off and I make her up, set the head down on the ground. We walked up to the mug,
May I pause that?
there's water. And just as far back as you can see, that whole thing.
Recording. Recording. All right.
Is there more room in there? Or do you have?
We're reconvening from our lunch break. 1:15 PM. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Frank Gentry, Rose Atkinson.
Okay, we have in front of us members of Johnson City and Pittsburgh City
Yeah,
Council.
in case you're wondering, Keith called me,
Yeah.
told me he was coming here and asked me if I'd come, so.
Yeah, we're wanting to discuss the
But have,
Prosperity Road issue and just have open discussion about it. So to start this whole thing off, I had a phone call from a guy who I guess evidently heard me on the radio talking about ARPA. And he was curious as to if any of this ARPA money would apply to him, and that's how this whole thing got started. In inquiring what he had to do as his water provider and everything they go through. He learned to me that there's a stretch of road there that they take care of it themselves. They get their water, I guess, from Johnson City. But they, whenever there's a break, they take care of it, which I thought was odd, you know. And he was explaining that sections with PVC, cast iron, and, steel, and it's like I've never heard of anything like that. So
It's a hodgepodge.
yeah, it's a hodgepodge. So that's what brought us to this, and I just thought, can we help somehow? I don't know.
Let me
So-
give you a brief overview of, they get their water from Ren Lake. However, they're billed through Johnson City. So an agreement you and I talked about on the phone that was signed many years ago. As most of you guys know, I've been around there for 60+ years. And there's names on there on that agreement that made that additional agreement. They're either deceased or their great grandparents at best. You know, so there's people out there that I'm sure bought a house that didn't know it existed.
Yeah.
What happens is the same group, same person takes care of it if there's a break or something, but they bill Johnson City. They bill Johnson City for it, then we distribute it amongst the roughly 35 customers per that agreement. So that's how that all goes down. They don't have to call somebody other than Johnson City. We get the same contractor takes care of it all the time. So that's how that goes down.
I'm sure.
It's a little bit different than what we had heard, what our understanding was.
Yeah.
What you're saying makes a lot more sense than.
If it's a $3,500 bill and there's 35 customers, their next water bill is $100 more than what it is.
Because see, I thought that they would call somebody or they fix it themselves. and
Don
distribute the
Sommer.
cost.
Yes, I can
Don
figure
Sommer is who does all the repairs.
exactly.
And he's a plumbing contractor that, he works for a lot of these small water districts, just right across the highway, he works at Fergus Water from time to time, you know, when they have repair or emergency.
That's not exactly what he explained that guy said.
So
Yeah, that's not what we heard, is it?
Well, probably nobody knows.
nobody.
Like, most of them probably don't know.
They
Yeah.
don't, and the guy expressed to me, he's not trying to cause a commotion or anything. But when the contract was probably originally drafted, the EPA probably didn't have as many regulations on stuff back then, you know, at that time. I don't know how many years back it had been, but
Back in the 80s is when they started
I
really
can't see
changing
how
the EPA laws.
anybody is allowed to have something in this day and age.
What, Doug, are they classified a water district?
My understanding is there are the Berry Water District,
Barry?
Berry Water District. That's
That's
my
according to
understanding.
the-
I don't know that.
If they're a water district, can't they levy?
Well, that's what I would have thought, as Keith and I talked. But again, this is how they signed that original agreement. Whether it was officially a water
Yeah.
district,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know if they just called themselves. that.
Time goes on and the grass grows up.
That's right.
Everything gets covered up.
And, you know, when they did it, they didn't have water out there. So when they got the water lines in and Johnson City was gonna supply it, and they were probably just tickled to death, you know? It's like, hey, we got water. Well, it shouldn't have to be that way now.
So I
Well,
guess,
and that's the thing, we want to help, but we
how
have,
do we help?
we have a certain standard that we have to use to be able to help.
So, when you talk to these people, are they happy with the setup? Or just the only guy that, and he did not act like he was mad, he was just
No,
asking questions, or he just questioning the theory behind it.
I reached out to Don this summer because I knew he did the repairs. And I figured Don would know who's the chairman, or who's the representative of this line on Prosperity. And he told me to call Chuck Harper's Feed Mill in Heron. So I reached out to Chuck, and he wasn't for it or against it. He just hadn't heard anything about it. Hadn't heard about ARPA funds. Didn't know who reached out. And at the time, I didn't even know who it was that reached out. The guy that reached out to you, and I left it to where I'd stop by and talk to him at the feed mill one day and just kind of show him what we're talking about. And that's just kind of how we left it. Pretty open-ended. Sounded interested in hearing about it, but he had some pretty general questions right off the get-go. Well, what's Johnson City's rates? What's Pittsburgh's rates versus what we pay now? What's the extra cost going to be to them in the long run? Which, it may be a few dollars a month more, it may be less. Because now they don't have to pay for their repairs, Maybe Johnson City could offer some insight on what they're charging each month, so.
Well, I mean,
And then if somebody's filling their pool, they all pay for it.
see, that's the part I'm saying.
You see, there's a lot of screwy parts about it that's,
I wouldn't want to live in that situation. I'm going to be attached to one of the municipalities. Personally.
and then that's the question. Does one person make the decision, Chuck Harper, or does all 35 customers we have to vote on this? Or, I don't know how that works.
I do have a copy of that agreement. That
It'd be
original.
nice to have.
I mean, we can dig that. I can have that sent to you guys.
yeah.
I bet it goes back a long.
Yeah, I can't remember the date on I should, but I'm talking about people that, well, one name on there is Stritzel, which is Joe Stritzel. And Joe Dean Stritzel, their son was one of my heroes whenever I was in grade school and he was a football player in high school. We're talking about his dad signing that agreement.
Yeah.
So we're talking a long time ago, okay?
Hold the dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt still white.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got several concerns, I guess. I mean, first thing is this water line. Did the property owners, see, how do I want to say it? We'll say Doug is the first property owner, and he paid to have that main run to him. Okay, and then I buy next to Doug. So did I have to buy the main next to him for me to get water, and then so on and so forth
Trickle down.
for 35 families? So does each individual property owner own this main?
We don't know.
I don't know.
The way I look at it, it's not a main. It's not a water main. It's a service line with 1 meter feeding 35 people. It's not a main. I don't know how much they can, the ownership might be in the line itself, but everything from the meter this way. But do they all own the 35th like he's saying, or we're putting in a new main. We're not going to use this main. So I don't see what the relevance is.
Well, the only thing I know for sure is their rates are cheaper than ours. So,
Johnson.
are you gonna have to get all these people together and say, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing? If the county goes ahead and does all this and gets all this going and gets it done and everything, Johnson City's rates is this amount, Pittsburgh's rates is this amount. Johnson City doesn't really want it if it still goes up. I'm just using this scenario.
Roll on.
Pittsburgh's willing to take it, but this is gonna be your new rates. All right, and then these people say, no, that's too much.
Do you remember what your rates were?
They're right at like $25 for the first 2,000.
And then $750 for every 1,000.
So that's the reason why we said, we're not gonna give this money to that group. Somebody's gonna have to take this over. So,
Yeah, I mean,
so whoever wants it, in my opinion, whoever wants it's gonna have to figure out how to get it taken over.
Is it,
I mean, we're willing to pay, but we're not, I don't know that this board's willing to have a meeting and try to discern whose is whose and what's what's.
if they really are a water district, can you give the money to them? If they are a water district?
That's a question I think that we'd have to run by our state's attorney's office.
Right, we'd have to get a legal opinion.
I would rather give it to one of you guys.
I understand, I'm just.
At the end of the day.
No,
there's-
we asked that same question.
All the cards on the table.
So at the end of the day, I'm gonna ask them the same question we asked Freeman Spur or anybody else we gave money to. If we give you this money, you do this work, can you keep it up?
Yeah, and they're gonna say no.
No, there's not gonna be any,
They
how
can't
they're
afford
gonna
to have
maintain
water.
it.
They don't have an answer for it
No.
now.
But here's
No,
the
so-
bottom line. Jim gets a call. He tells us about it. We're not going out soliciting anything. You guys want to solicit.
If
Go
you
ahead.
guys want it, we're saying,
We got the money.
we'll give you the money if it, I mean, we haven't had how much it's gonna cost, if it's.
So
if you're
I've
talking
got-
a million,
Before we say we'll give you the
$300.
money, we want to know what it would cost.
Sure.
Exactly.
So there's two scenarios out there, okay? The first scenario is,
We're all good with that.
yeah, the first scenario is, running a line down Prosperity from Johnson City and them taking it over. If they're interested, they already serve them, or not serve them, they already have a billing, they've been set up with them
Yes.
for a long time. So if they're interested in it, that's one way to go. They do have to go through a swampy area, through Lake Creek to get to them. There's a lot of wasted pipe in there to get to it, so that adds to the cost. The other option is through Pittsburgh with the way I show here. And the only problem I see with Johnson Cities is that he's continuing a dead end line. It'll still be a dead end
it's still
line.
gonna be a dead end.
Pittsburgh can hook onto it at Prosperity and Stotler, and they can hook onto it at 37 in New Virginia. So most of it will be looped.
So you
And
still have
can
3,000 foot that's gonna be a dead.
Yes, there would be some that's still a dead line, but it's a lot less than
And then-
9,000 feet of dead line
Exactly, I like that scenario.
versus 3,000 feet of dead line.
Your ballpark is roughly 300,000. Just.
It is not. It is not. So,
Change it then, okay.
yes, this route that you have right here in front of you, which is an estimate for Pittsburgh to take it over. And I'd be happy to share this with you. I did this last night after I found out we were meeting today. But my preliminary numbers with everything there is about 485,000. Yeah.
And then you
And
get that.
these are pretty hard numbers. We just bid the Fergus job and we bid a job for them.
You're gonna have.
So
a
I've
pretty good
got,
handle
I got
on
pretty
this.
good handle on the
But
adjustments.
then you get a situation where let's say we only do 300 or 350, whatever, then you have nobody to pick up the rest.
I see this being us picking it up all.
Yeah, and I just wanted to be honest with you, it's not a $300,000 project, it's more like
Yeah, he said, well, when he
Well,
said that, he
we
just went.
understood.
he just
Yeah,
went-
yeah.
We just asked for a ballpark, and that's the number you get.
I just took the feet of pipe and doubled it, thinking that that's close, but it's not
Sure.
quite
You
there.
may, and you may go down 30 people, whatever it is, 35 people, and they may say, we're perfectly happy the way things are.
Mhm. Well, and, yeah, and that is, and maybe that's where it stops at, right there, they're just not interested.
This, I
Can't
think,
imagine.
mainly, I'm going to talk with this, our attorney on this, because this is one of those, when did you know what you do about it?
Right.
You know, so.
Never.
Yeah, and so with that in mind, I want to talk to him, but I don't know, because I'm not trying to stir trouble here or not, but does EPA have any?
Well, that was gonna be my next question, is
Something,
exactly
say
what kind of
something.
EPA
I would
violations.
say yes, I'd say probably nobody's ever reached out to.
No, we know if they're still in the
Now
ground, but
that,
that's not.
now that we're discussing, it's on record here, we're discussing it, so it's, once again,
Well, I can't see how this board would have any liability for that. It's not our line.
no, it's not our line.
But, so I don't know where this goes from here.
Well, I mean, it's not Johnson City, it's not ours, but yet. I mean, like there's easements that has to be gotten.
Yeah, and that's all included in this estimate.
You know.
We'd have to get 35 easements to put in a new, maybe not 35, go up one side of the road, maybe you get half of them or whatever.
Yeah, you may have to have 20.
We don't know what those people are hooked on with.
Yeah, we have to tie on. I don't know how old some of those homes are.
And who knows what the pipe is?
Yeah, there could be,
Exactly.
there could be
But whatever
lead
it is,
service
it's gonna be
lines.
something, more,
If you got
can't
steel
imagine
and
how
all
fast-
that other stuff,
But yours is mainly to the meter, right?
yes.
well, they'll have to connect on.
But yeah, if we connect on, let's say we go in front of John Smith's house.
Yeah.
And off this steel line, he's got a lead service or galvanized going up to his house. We're now required by law to replace that all the way under his crawl space.
You are.
Into the house,
Whoever's paying for the
Yeah,
job,
provider.
into the shut off,
into the shut off. That's
into the
correct.
shut off.
It's the same thing going on with our meter project right now.
Yes, yes, same
When
thing.
we dig up a meter and we find one, we didn't know, we have to replace it.
And if it's lead service or galvanized, all the way in the house.
We could
to
do a
shut off.
survey. It's unlikely. Mostly where I see the lead services are in old downtowns. Downtown Heron, downtown Johnson City. That's where you see it.
For the most part, those houses are pretty old down that road.
Yeah,
Now,
there are
there's-
some old
There's some new
houses.
ones.
Let's
Yeah.
say this, I
Yeah,
got
there
a
are.
scenario, and I don't know if this is something we need to ask or not. We've got 35 customers, 34 of them say no, what if one guy says yes?
Yeah,
Okay, or what if 25%, or what if 49% say yes?
and see, you got that old schoolhouse sitting down there,
There's an old schoolhouse down there.
and people live in it. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's no telling what is. Hooked up.
Just to go back to the rate situation, Pittsburgh's rates were $25 for the first 2,000 gallons, $7.50 for every 1,000. Chuck told me that their rates are $22 for the first 2,000, I guess. And
Yeah.
then he didn't really say after that, but they have to split up the repairs. I bet if they average their bills out, it's less with either one of these guys than it is for what they're paying
What they
out of
have
pocket.
right now.
Well, when you were talking about the rates there, I was thinking in my head, something along the lines of what you're thinking about, that if I was one of those customers, if I took my last year's water bill and divided it by 12,
Yeah,
it's not gonna add up to the $22
no,
for the first.
because they have a leak every year,
Yeah.
maybe multiple.
So it's gonna be more than that.
And see, some of those people might think, man, I'm money ahead to keep it like it is, because when I fill my pool, 34 other people have me fill it.
Well, yeah, if Jim fills his pool, why not want to help Jim fill his pool?
Uh,
What's he gonna do for me? Bring me a case of beer? I mean, geez. So,
Well, I would just think though,
So let me ask you
that
guys something.
public safety would come into play here. To know that your water, your drinking water is safe.
And they won't be out all that time, there won't be as many, it's gonna be a new system, there won't be a lot of
Sit up front.
boil water orders, and stuff like that. I mean, it's just overall better.
Let me ask you two guys something. Brent and Jim?
Yeah.
Are you guys willing to allocate $500,000 to ARPA?
I'm not ready right now.
good point.
I'm not, so,
I would
so
get,
where
I
do
would
they go
get,
from here? Do we suggest they go and talk to the people to find
I
out?
would get it, here's what you're gonna do, even if you had 80%, and I say 20% number, that you're gonna have the cat kills the boys out there fighting, I want to do. You're gonna have to have 100% participation, I believe, or it's gonna be a mess.
And I think we need to talk to our attorney on this to see what we need to do. Now that we're on record with this,
I think you guys need to talk to your attorney before we go. any
before you do
further.
anything
Yeah,
else,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you have to put, that's what we need to do.
Let me ask this. Again, throwing this against the wall. Provided the attorney gives you, state's attorney gives us a decent answer, then would you think we should go together and try to meet with these people?
Well, I think maybe we might need to regroup with the attorneys and everything and then
I
kind
guess
of
a guide.
continue on and let's
Good.
look into this a
I'd
little.
rather have a guideline for somebody with.
Yeah. And maybe
Legal
your
people.
attorney too, you know,
Yeah.
you guys attorneys. So,
That's the plan, let's do that.
I
Because
get it.
I mean, these people have a right to know what's coming.
Oh, yeah,
If anything.
yeah, we can't just force it on them.
Right.
but I'm thinking of somebody, let's just say, and I know a scenario this to death, but somebody on that line gets sick from something and then they find out this is the way it was set up. And then they find out, well, the county board and everybody else, we knew about this and we didn't do anything about it. You know, I'm just saying, I don't know, are we under liability? I don't.
CYA.
So I'm just saying in this day and age, everybody's lawyered up.
Plus that paperwork you got, you can get them a copy.
Yeah, I'll get you.
of it.
Yeah,
I think I didn't get it.
Well, we need that for the attorney.
sure.
Right.
Okay,
I'll get that to you. I'll try to get that to you today.
And
Okay.
I'll let the
Yeah,
attorney say whether we need to call EPA or not. So,
I'm pretty sure we got a digital copy. I can have it. You guys.
talking to Mr. Harper, he doesn't care one way or the other.
He didn't.
So really, so that's what you're gonna be a wheel.
Yeah, yeah, he wasn't one way or the other, but he definitely didn't know anything about it. You know what I mean? He
but
had-
for any additional cost in what it would be if you hooked up to either one of you, I would think the safety factor would be more than offset that cost.
Brian, would you know, would there be any kind of grant money floating out there for a situation like this where you have these old antiquated lines?
You know, I don't know. The only one I could think of that was probably similar to this, there used to be Y Water,
Yeah, Wye Water District out here
Yeah,
in town.
and that was privately owned, I think.
It was, yes.
And when they dissolved, I don't know, Heron got some, Marion got some, maybe Craneville got some. I don't even know if there was any money transaction there or if it just dissolved. That'd be something, probably ask Glenn Clarida or somebody about, he'd probably know.
And maybe that's another option is to form a water district
Yeah.
where they can levy and then take care of the problem themselves. I mean, I don't know, is there a limit on size of water districts?
I can't answer that question either.
I don't know, but if you look at that paperwork and have your lawyer look at it, if it says water district on there,
Yeah, but
well, then they're gonna have to determine what's actually a water district.
Yeah, then they're gonna have to form a board and everything. Yeah,
Well, you know,
take care of all the problems themselves and
they could be a board without having meetings.
well, that's just it, you know, and maybe they don't even know they have them, you know, if they're a water district. That's so much time's gone by,
Right.
they may not even know, nobody, let anybody know, it's just fell through the cracks.
Yes.
So, and it's nobody's fault, it's just, it is what it is. So what do we
I think that's a
do
good start for it
here? I
right
think
there.
let's just go ahead
I
again,
do too.
talk to our attorney.
Because I think the best bet is one of either or of us taking it on because
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else is interested.
No,
The Fergus doesn't want to come across the interstate.
No.
And Route 37 is not big enough to
Right.
get out there on their own either.
Well, I'd say the game plan is get the information, send over to one of us or her.
we'll meet.
We'll meet with attorney, and then we'll see what we gotta do.
Okay.
Okay, we'll regroup.
Meanwhile, try to snoop it out, what's going on out there.
Hey, Ryan, could you look up any kind of pertinent EPA stuff that
Yeah.
might be required?
I can,
You know, rebuild
I'm sure
Illinois
they're
might be
going
another
to have
grant.
an opinion on.
Yeah.
I cover
What's
this.
happening over there.
yeah.
I think,
I've heard of like unsewered community grants and stuff like that. Like we did one for like Perks, Illinois and Omaha a long time ago. Little communities kind of had separate things, kind of didn't, and put them in a collection system with the sand filter. I don't know about the water line.
Yeah, it's been my experience. Sewer's reasonably easy to get. Water,
Yeah.
not so much.
Sure, yes.
Sewer, there's a lot of health and safety issues.
Yeah.
See what your lawyer said and get back.
All right.
I'll give him a call and I'll let you guys know.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that, in case you didn't figure out, we're on board with kind of do things together, whatever we need to
I
do.
noticed that.
We want to try to help.
Young American doctors, we're working on White Ash right now.
I hear you.
And some
We still have them.
we need to have a talk
Yeah.
about it.
Understood.
Well, everything's getting up there, getting new now. We're building everything. We're setting up for you. Yeah.
Good to go.
See you guys.
Make a move.
We'll see you. Take care.
Mayor, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Bring you guys up another chair here and come on up here, get, where we can get.
Up to the hot
Where we can smell your breath.
I don't know, I just had barbecue for lunch. That and saw 5 o'clock hit.
No. I talked to the mayor over a couple issues. Travis talked to him about something he had going on over there, and long conversation, somehow the American Rescue Plan came up, and, they have some infrastructure, water, sewer situations that they would like to get some help on. So with that big introduction, you guys, let's go hear you.
Okay, well, what we're proposing, and I'm sure you're fully aware of, radio remote read water system.
We have spent a lot of money on new meters.
And a lot of our meters are 10, 20 years old, have over 1 million gallons. You know, it's very difficult. I used to work for R.A. Mack and Associates in Carbondale. Back then, you could buy a meter for $35. Now they're $100. To replace all of our meters, I don't know, 400 meters at $100 a piece. Look at 40,000 just to replace the meters.
Right.
Now like we were talking about once doing the touch read systems. But the big wish is the radio read where you push a button and all the reads come to the water office and that's it. We have a lot of problems with the older meters. They're very difficult to read. A 3 looks like an 8, a 7 looks like a 1.
You won't have that problem.
We don't have that problem. Yeah, but it takes time for somebody, you know, especially if our guys are out doing something that call them up and say, hey, Jesse, can you go read this meter? Taking 20 minutes out of your day just to go read the meter.
Oh, it'd be so much more efficient.
Substantially.
Say, long run, it's gonna save your utility customers.
Well, you know, it'll save me. These guys read the meter, they bring, we've got a pad. You type the reading in. You put the pad in. And the reading is 999,000 gallons. So previous read was higher than the current read. So at least with this system, it'll get rid of all of the misreads.
So the amount you turned in, how did you come up with the amount? What all did you?
Well, it was kind of a happenstance that the day that I had heard about these ARPA grants from the county, a salesman that I had talked to before, and I turned him down. I said, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. You're welcome to come back. But the day I found out about these things, he showed up. So he worked up a price and gave me the proposal, which we folks have.
Those meter systems, I wouldn't know meter from anything, but I'm learning more about it. Everybody coming in.
I'm in home class now.
Yeah, it's like a classroom for me, man. So this is what the American Rescue Plan money's all about. It's a one-time deal. And it's basically for infrastructure is one of the main categories. And we've touched a lot of lives by helping people here in a lot of communities. I think you and Cambria may be one of the very few left that we have not talked to. We've got Spillertown, White Ash, Johnson City, Pittsburgh, Lake of Egypt. I mean, just go on Lakeside. And so, personally, I have no problem with helping you guys out.
We'd love to take your money.
Like for any other grants or anything like that? Like
Well, we've
rebuild
talked to like
Illinois?
rural development and things like that, and they don't really have grants for this sort of thing. It's mostly a loan.
And loans really aren't the way to go. 160.
Rebuild Illinois.
No. Seems like we got some motor fuel money from the Rebuild Illinois.
Motor fuel tax, okay.
Yeah, we received $50,000 from them we've been using it roads.
Won't you? Well, the thing is that, if let's say you've awarded this money, just hypothetical, let's say today, which you're not, but let's say today, how long do you think it would take you to get all this up?
Based on what these guys, the one I submitted there is a sonic meter. It uses sonic impulse to read the water that goes through it, as opposed to one with a mutator on it that actually turns, and it turns into a dump. So my plan is to get with a couple other, water supply, meter suppliers.
Check it out, yeah.
Well, I don't think it's fair that we just pick one.
Nope.
We need to kind of Well, you need to pick
Do
one. Do a bidding process.
If your system grows any at all, you can accommodate and stuff.
Yeah.
And you want everything to be the same.
Yes.
I didn't realize there was so much competition in the meters out there.
Oh,
So
so-
we've heard the
Oh,
names
yeah,
come through here.
So your 182,000, that's what this grant is for. Is that a contractor? You would pay a contractor to do this? You do it on forces?
That 182,000 includes the labor to install the meters as well.
So who would be doing it?
It would be their plumber.
Their plumber doing
They
that?
have somebody that knows what they're doing. And I did speak to another contractor as well that had the mutating disc type water meters. They hire a plumber as well. He said he could come out and do it in 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
We could implement it within 3 to 4 weeks.
One thing about that, the reason I was asking about the labor is that will more than likely have to be prevailing wage.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you guys had that provision, if it was probably.
Most of our contracts require prevailing wage.
Okay.
Because if it's government money, then we're required to.
Right, so if it was your own forces, because you could install it yourself, and Burnside is going to be doing that with the meters we got for them. No problem, if you have a contractor.
Yeah, E.T. Simons just left hers last week.
ET did?
Built Main Street, leveled off all the chips and built a new street over on the north end of town. Just a little.
I've not been up, I was up there last year for the Sonic Ham and Beans did, I think was up last.
You sure Randy was there?
You know what? I didn't even know about it. I had seen it on Facebook. Somebody put a picture of it on Facebook a day or two afterwards. That's good lunch.
We're in Ridgeville, $8 all you need.
One bowl of beans is all I really need.
You don't want to follow me around after
Well, the wife only wants you to have one bowl of beans, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And all the prevailing wages. That's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
I come from prevailing wage.
Well, we've thrown that in on every single one of these properties for those contractors. We want to make sure we're doing it right.
Well, they, guys estimated about $50 per meter, and they can do 3 to 4 meters in it. Just plumber's rate.
Our money's not going to go anywhere right now. So why don't you get like another person, just check with another company. And then see what you come up with. If it's revised, send it back a revised one. Okay. That sound fair?
Yeah.
And then we'll go there and try to help you out.
Yeah, you might, if you're looking for more, you might call one of the other places. It's who's your engineer on this? Did you guys do it yourself?
No, that's all me right there.
Okay.
Didn't use an engineer, I just got a quote from one of the suppliers, and I think I've talked to another fellow, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head, and he's working with Johnston City or somebody on something.
They're putting in meters
I
out there.
don't think we did meters in Johnson City.
We did.
Was it meters or was
I
it?
think meters and Pittsburgh has meter too, right?
No, Pittsburgh was water line. It was North 37 Water District.
We've done a couple of.
I've heard meters a lot. I've been educated.
Burnside had meters. Yeah. Gosh,
Would you say you want us to get another instrument on this work?
I think I would. Like he said, I think I would do it more.
Yeah, just to see if you can, make sure that you get the one that you want.
That may be the one you want.
I mean, this may be what you want. This may
I
fit
don't
perfect
know.
for what your needs
I've
are.
never worked with a sonic meter before, so I don't know.
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering if
And a lot of it has to do with, does that require line of sight? And I was speaking with the guy that was working with Johnston City or whatever. His product does not require line of sight because the meters they put in on the network. Hey, Steve. Okay.
That's Steve.
That's my cousin.
Oh, you guys are cousins, you claim each other?
You're not supposed to tell, you're not supposed to
All right.
tell that. I figured maybe you'd hand him some money since.
We're gonna try. Got some brain issues.
if you dig too deep, we've all got those
He's
issues.
talking about, you said, brain issues.
So we're both on the program on aging board over in here too.
Oh, yeah. So if this is the one you're comfortable with, whichever one you're comfortable
It's
with.
whatever you want to do.
There's no timeline on this.
Okay.
We don't have to act.
As long as it's completed by 26.
Yeah, I say that,
I'm hoping to still be alive in 26.
the project has to be completed by 26.
I don't think that'll be an issue.
And the reporting and everything, and this also might make you, have to have a single audit. Anything over what's $750,000, all combined grants, whatever came to your community.
That's not like that'd be a
Our body
problem.
cannot be used to pay for a single audit. So it'd have to come out of your general fund.
And since we are talking about that kind of stuff, typically there's an engineer, and the engineer will have a progress pay meeting each month during the project. They would hand in a progress payment request to us. That we pay out per payment request. Right. And so, of course, we need waivers to be managed, make sure we're getting those kinds of things done.
You have a grant agreement that we will sign. And give you a copy of it at your turn. Quite thank you. Sign it.
It's a good deal. This is really a good deal.
You need to capitalize on this, Harper, I'll just tell you.
Yeah.
Well, we received $106,000, which it sounded like a lot to us, but our fire department's trying to eat up. So
Yeah, was it Hearst? We got a request from the fire department.
we probably got one from his nephew.
$40,000 or something, I
Yes. Yeah, they're doing,
Fire department?
well, what they're trying to do is.
Oh, the respirators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
respirators and air
Yeah,
tanks.
they need new scuba equipment or SCBA. So, and unfortunately, if they can't get money from, say, you guys or another grant or whatever, then it's gonna come out of our. If we get dinged, no matter what.
We talked about that yesterday, if it falls under public safety, we'll.
Well, they need it. And if they get those, then we can save some of our $106,000 that we got from the grant or the state grant, whatever.
Eat that up in roadways.
Oh, it don't take long. We received the grant money and then one of our sewer substations went out. And that was $27,000. So, right after that.
Easy come, easy go.
Halvesies right there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take long to burn up $100,000.
We'll get another estimate on this and review and decide.
Bring us the one that you want.
I've got a guy waiting in the wings to give me another
Sure.
thing, but I didn't want him to do all the work until we found out whether or not that you would give us some.
I think we're going to help you.
Well, we'll-
Why to get another?
Yeah, well, we weren't gonna do it without, because I know there's probably 10 manufacturers out there that does it.
That's what I'm saying. Get Get the one that you guys want, fit your system for the future.
Well, I was talking about a while ago, I got the second guy that does the new TV meter system. Their readers, the radios, they actually link to each other.
Yeah.
So if the radio up at the water tower, the receiver can't read, say, one over there by the TV, this one can pick it up.
Yeah.
And
Send it back.
so that's an advantage where I think that one, I think you'd have to have line of sight somewhere close. So I think the other one may be more beneficial to us, but I don't have all the information on it
The
yet.
technology is incredible.
You're thinking up to 400 meters, is that right? 400.
Roughly. I would say at least 375, and we'd like to have some on back stock, just in case,
That'll go out. All right, gentlemen, everybody's got their plan.
So I'm glad you guys came in.
And Mitch is all right. We'll get around here, get these done. We bring
So just holler at me, Mayor.
ready to your office.
Oh, I'm sure he'll holler at you.
Oh, you will. You'll holler at me, no problem.
We're planning to drop it off to Stephanie.
Play phone
Send it
tag.
to Stephanie and she'll get it.
Okay. She's the big brain around here.
Yeah, well, whenever you decide which way you want to go on.
Okay.
Okay.
Righty.
All right, guys. Take care.
Have a good day. How's Steven doing?
Yeah, hello, Mayor. How you doing? Good to see you guys again.
Very good. What are you trying to trick him for?
$750,000.
750,000.
We're gonna get a new car, new house.
Huge.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Pay for the mayor house.
Little vacation down in the Bahamas.
That's a good deal. Good afternoon, everyone.
Come to the hot seat.
Come on down.
Give me just a second.
That's the ejection seat. Oh, yeah.
Hello, Brad. Tim.
Hey, how are you?
Afternoon, how are you doing?
Here, we're brothers.
I
Both
know.
got habits.
Most comfortable shirt ever.
See? Yeah,
I've got every color. When new one comes out, I go get another one.
me too.
Sam's or Real Trees at Walmart, they're comfortable too. $20.
Got that vent in the back.
I wore that one yesterday. Yep. Well, this is a simple deal for you. We're gonna hear you out. That's about it. Extend this meeting and we can hear them.
I thought I was coming over just to get the check, shake hands, get some photos.
You bring your personal check?
You know what? It's in the truck, I'm sorry. Left it in the truck.
Well, actually, I was telling him, I think we've helped almost every single town water office. Except two guys.
I met you a long time ago.
I sent out an email a letter to every water district
Yeah.
in the county.
And you think when you go through, Marion, Aaron, Carterville, Stilltown, Whitehead, Burnside, Lakeside Water District,
Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh.
Burnside, Lakeside, Lakeside, Blairsville.
We want to touch as many lives as we can touch.
We're gonna do Hearst, we did Colt. We did North 37 District.
Yeah.
We did City of Marion, just I don't know if you said Marion.
Come on.
Plus we did Child Advocacy, CASA, Hands of Hope, Marion Ministerial Alliance, if they ever get their application in. No, it's been a godsend. This money is.
Yeah, and you're hitting the right spot. You know, water
Thank you.
There's
districts,
more people we can touch.
they're the ones that really can help.
You know what, and I said this from the very beginning, if we could have found enough water towers to build, I would have been happy just building water towers.
No,
Let's just build water towers. After what happened in Red Lake a few years ago, Cargill actually ran out of cold water. We did, we built one water tower. We've done,
energy,
no, at Blairsville. Energy's one we haven't done anything for.
They haven't asked.
They haven't asked. we're completely revamping Freeman Spur.
Okay.
You've got job.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Good. And, so we're just, lay on it, brother. What you want to do?
Basically, what we have is an aging sewer lift station. It takes care of about 40% of our population. It's the condensed area on the north side. And it's, the pump is actually 50 years old. It was put in 72. And right now, it's aging and we're doing, workarounds. We can't order any parts for it to replace it because companies don't make those anymore. So right now, that lift station is becoming critical. And we're at the point that if it goes out, we'll have to rent a portable lift station and put that in until we collect, so we're spending money. Wait until we get money to fix it.
Fix a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Band-Aid. Is this number,
A portable lift station, that's just a pump.
It is just a lot.
Bypass
Yeah.
It's got all the
We did that over.
safe stuff, yeah.
Over it.
Heron's they run a lot of them over
Yeah.
That costs us like three grand a month.
there. Yeah, it's very expensive.
well, what you don't want to do is keep it Band-Aiding it. Is this number here a pretty hard number?
That's what we got from the engineer.
So you are-
Is that
It's
Rodney?
175.
Okay.
Rodney, your engineer? Who's your engineer?
Shawnee engineer.
Shawnee, okay. We haven't dealt with Shawnee yet.
But it's a lot simpler when you have one involved. They could just do the pay orders.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the way that was set, this is set up, explain to them now, basically money would be set aside and then you would issue the pay request. Draw down that.
Oh,
So it's,
So we'll either write the check to you or directly to the contractor. On
okay,
payment.
yeah.
No, we don't transfer the funds to the entity. At least not until there's a payment.
So I
basically earmarked.
no reporting to ARPA. That'd be your side.
Well, if you're reporting to the treasurer, I believe.
Yeah, you see, you won't be receiving the grant. The grant's would be in your name.
Okay.
And if you guys have had 750,000 in grants, then you'll have to do a single audit
Oh,
In a year's time.
Yeah.
in a year's time.
And
I
if-
doubt you're gonna reach that level.
No.
And if you, God, we're trying to help you get the money and once you get started, how long do you think it takes to be done?
I'm not really sure. I would say within a week or 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Are they having to replace the concrete? Is it in a concrete
I think so.
station?
Yes.
So they're gonna have to replace all of it,
Yes.
rebuild everything. So, yeah, probably at the quickest, probably 2 weeks, I would think. If
I've
they-
seen some, like, when Falmer did his addition out there, he had to put in a lift station.
Yeah,
But he paid for that.
those are pretty pricey.
Yeah, and it was, he was trying to get the city up front to pay for that, and it was 170,000. So
Yeah, they're expensive.
we negotiated, Max, he acts like he's a poor kid from out in the country somewhere.
Just like a dad,
Yeah.
poor old Denny. So, yeah, I just think, I tell you, all three of us try to help you. What we'll do is we'll review this. Probably, what we'll meet next week. Within the next 2 weeks, you'll get something from us that says you've been awarded the money, and then you have to come in and 5 minutes sign paper. And that's it.
Well, what we'll do is, we're gonna meet, discuss it, and then, if we agree to go ahead with this, we'll send you a copy of the grant agreement. And
Okay,
we could have your attorney look it over, and then we'll set the time for everybody to come in.
okay,
Sign.
very good.
Easy peasy. We've gone to what, 13 million? Well, not yet, but.
Not yet. We had almost 13 million to give away,
Wow.
and I think we're
That's a lot.
we're about 9 million right now.
I think this is
9
probably-
to 10 million. It might be,
That
10.
include our motorcycles?
yeah, and the garage to house them.
But you forgot the helmets. But, a lot of good things happen here in the county, but this right here, to me, from a heart standpoint, has helped more people than anything you could ever do. And it's not us, it's government money, obviously.
So he probably doesn't have it off the top of his head, but if you had to replace that with your own funds, all of your residents would see an increase in their bills, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
There'd be no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's just that's a big amount of money for a small town like us. I
Yeah,
mean, we used to argue over $300, now we argue over $500. That's how much we've
Step it up.
increased.
yeah, with the 500, you'd still have to borrow it from someplace else.
And we get, the police, they all want something, and the fire department wants it, and then utilities, and then utilities, he always claims, it's for the people, I gotta get this fixed, or there's no drinking water, or, no sewage.
Well, we don't want to stick them for the bill, we got sitting on the money.
Yeah. No, I'm really happy with the way we've handled this ARPA money. It's been good for the entire county.
It is.
And I don't, people get their new system and stuff like that. I don't know if they really know where it came from, or if they even care, but definitely federal government, we're just the ones that pass it out,
Yeah.
So.
It's being paid by everybody in the country, not just for Williamson County.
People in California and New York are going to be
And,
paying for sewer.
we've got the possibility of connecting to the new sewer system, Carterville.
Yeah, I know, but
And that's gonna
cost.
take a lot of funds to get that.
How's that going?
It's I haven't heard nothing.
Brad said they said it
It's
has
going strong, and we made resolutions to go with it, and we heard plans.
It's
and then that just dropped.
a tri-state area is gonna merge, Greenville, Cambria, and Carter.
It's going to wind up being.
But Brad Robinson told me that nothing's really happening on it now.
Do you have any idea how much your portion that was going to be?
No, they haven't got to that point at all.
We see it cold, they got to put new headworks in at that lagoon, and they're talking $2 million.
In the lagoon?
And, well, if
Yeah,
to connect
yeah.
onto the new system. $2
Oh,
million.
okay,
How in the world is Copier going to pay $2 million?
right, that's right.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, we looked at, we got that, and our lagoon will just be like an overflow.
Yeah.
Is what we've been told. So we still have to maintain that, around there.
I'd be surprised if they don't come back with another thing.
Well, unfortunately,
If somebody thought of it over there, that's the thing. You
well,
never know.
They're not, they're too busy arguing.
yeah, and we'd have a hard time doing it right now.
Oh,
There's not a lot of big dollars left in this funds.
yeah, we're hoping the whole group will get together and get some type of federal loan for this.
Yeah.
To, as a group. Go from there.
Well, buddy, I think we can help you. We just have to go through the steps of doing it, so.
I appreciate that.
So
Thank
are
very
you
much.
mayor or are you president?
President.
Okay, so then when he leaves, we'll have to salute.
Yeah.
That's how this is.
Within 2 weeks, you'll hear from us.
Yeah, I appreciate
And
that.
we'll get you in there to sign up, get it going.
Craneville, we gave Craneville money too. We didn't say Craneville earlier.
No, still, man, Mitchell was happy.
I don't know, we've had,
He's got a letter out there on the board thanking you guys.
Yeah, he did. He was thrilled.
Pittsburgh.
yeah, Pittsburgh, yeah, and
I said a while ago, I said, can you think of one town we didn't touch?
Coal Valley. We haven't helped Coal Valley yet. But they wanted a building
They
No,
want
no,
a
no,
building and a
and equipment
backhoe or something like that.
and, yeah, we just.
And meters.
You guys,
Did
this
they
last time you guys did Coal Valley, you did the meters.
We did water meters for
We
them.
did do water
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know of a town.
We did Highway 37 North.
Energy, you said, what energy has that?
Energy we've not seen requests from.
You didn't pay for their, water tank?
No.
No.
No, but we did it purchase. We're building a 25,000 gallon ground storage and putting in pumps there so they can fill the water tower. So that was about 800 grand or so.
Water tower in Blairsville. Helped Karen. Out by the airport, doing some water lines there.
That, the water tower might actually help you guys too. I think that might help equalize pressure on that end. Are you interconnected with Blairsville? Are you on the same?
No,
You
I don't
know?
think so. I think they go through Herring.
Okay,
Lakeside.
thanks.
I mean, I'm moving all the way around the county. I can't think of hardly anybody.
Who's gonna run the water out to the, casino?
That's
not
That's
Blairsville.
the part
Oh,
about
It's gonna be lakeside to Blairsville,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right, Blairsville. It's a nice water tower. we put up over there.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that place get big.
That'll help the residents plus the fire suppression for the hotel.
Mhm.
So
Are they putting up a solar field there? Solar
They are,
fields?
Or
yes,
are they-
but it's not in Williamson County.
Oh, that's right, it's
That's
on the
in-
other side of the
that's in
road.
Jackson. Yeah. So I'm not sure how big a solar field's gonna be, but look, pretty good size.
They got it fenced off now. I saw it yesterday.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, yeah, that thing went on for a long way. Yeah.
That's the big deal nowadays.
Anyway, all right, well, I think we got pretty much everything.
Thanks very
Mr.
much.
President, we appreciate you coming in.
Oh, that's very nice, good
Thanks,
news.
Steve, appreciate it.
Hey, it's free money though, it's a good thing.
Yeah, Bruce said, be careful now, be careful. It's tough out there.
Come
Yeah.
back to him and just shake your head, man, it was tough.
You
It was tough.
And one request.
See, he called last night when you called. He had just called me before that. He was on the phone when you called. And he goes, they want your number. Something's going on over there. They want your number. And then you called. And then he called back and he goes, what do they want? And I said, they want me to report at 2:00 tomorrow. I don't know. And then all morning he's calling.
Hey, you're gonna be worried all about it all night.
Hey, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
Do we take care of you over there on Vermont? On
Oh,
Vermont Street?
yeah,
Is everything
yeah,
okay?
what's over there?
Is that good?
I was telling people, I said, you wouldn't believe it. This was just a regular county road. And within 2 weeks, it's shaped, it's got lines on it, there's
It's nice.
barriers,
It's a
and
nice
then the
road.
governor drives down. That was fast.
So, but everything turned out okay. Everybody's happy.
Oh,
and-
It looks really good.
'cause it looks good. I think it looks terrific.
You know, it's a pain in the rear for a while, so.
Now, IDOT is still in the work, in the works, I guess, connecting it from the roundabout going,
Yeah, yeah.
from the west side going east, or go from east side going.
I don't know
west.
how they're gonna do that with that river and creek here. I don't know.
And there's a lot of swamp.
Two different,
I think for several years doing that, but.
yeah, they are,
Mhm.
either a bridge or culverts. If they go the other way and come back down, that would require culverts at 3 different locations.
Yeah,
The other ways are bridge, and one's like, the bridge is 25 million, I think the culvert
20
route
down,
was
25.
was,
I noticed
17 million.
when I drove out there yesterday, you can see it, you know, the dip there normally that floods.
Yeah.
And then they got a pretty good rise coming up to the casino, so they probably maybe redirect that, I don't know.
I think it's huge, isn't it?
I was telling Travis,
Yeah,
when you came, and when you went up on Meridian,
yeah,
and then you got to the new road, there's a little ledge.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there. I said, you get a semi with a low bed,
Mhm.
they'll high center themselves on that.
oh,
So,
yeah.
yeah. So Meridian is gonna be, we're gonna repave the really top of Meridian too.
Oh, yeah,
I'm hoping it's gonna spur some economic growth of that.
sure, I think it will.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna meet and give you some good news here in a couple weeks.
All
All
right,
right?
thanks, gentlemen.
We get the easy job, man, pass out the money.
That's
Nice
right.
seeing you.
You're the worker, right?
It's him.
Thank you.
He's brain surgeon.
Is this the last one?
Uh,
Want to talk about.
Well, yeah,
Well,
we can
here,
talk, we
I
can
mean-
talk about them now, okay? Okay, the first one that I wanted to talk about was the beach room, okay? And that was a request for 400,000. And I know that's not gonna happen, but I still would like to make a push for 200,000 personally, cut that in half because of the amount of jobs that they're gonna create. I think they are going to have an outside eating area, which would help mitigate the spread of COVID. I believe that would be a big plus in going for that.
What are you planning on running down? You know what?
Economic development and mitigation of COVID with an outside eating area. I think
I don't know.
we would need to make sure, I mean, obviously, I don't want to do anything that's not upfront. But, you know,
If it works, I'm good. If it works, I'm good.
It falls within the boundaries.
if it falls
If
within the
it fall,
boundaries.
if we're all comfortable with the fall.
I think if they had not had the outside eating area, I think it would maybe
but I think they're gonna have, and I forgot how many, they told me how many areas they're gonna have outside.
Yeah, there's gonna be a pretty good size.
I just think
That's
this
it.
would be a good economic development thing. And the other one would be the Sling River. Sling River, there was only, looking at that was completely broken down. They understand when those guys were here, we don't have the funds left to fund that whole thing. There were only two things that stood out in my mind. One was the water storage for $800,000. The other was the pre-treatment lift station or whatever it's called. And that was like 1.9 million. I would be good with either one of those.
I went back and I reread their application, and the point that stood out to me that I think fits COVID and the ARPA guidelines is that they talk about how COVID affected the food.
Meat processing.
Well, just, yeah.
Or the supply chain.
The meat or food supply chain.
Yeah. Which is
so
true.
Having what is a regional food manufacturer, I just think that would help with that would help mitigate that problem that they had with the COVID food chain. And how COVID affected the food chain.
And that is actually true. That is, I've heard that.
At first I'm thinking, no, I'm not interested in doing this. But when you add in the 400 jobs, and if we take away who's doing it, if we just look at the 400 jobs plus the argument that was made for the food supply chain and how many problems we have with that.
Plus, keep in mind, if they don't apply or the project is not complete by 2026, that money comes back.
Well,
that won't even be a deal there, but I didn't get a warm fuzzy feeling the other day.
I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything.
Well,
He said in 2 or 3 weeks, we'll know for sure. I'd say wait the end of the month and we'll readdress it.
And we could do that.
I'm just, and I think what I'm saying is that if it comes back up, I think I can justify it with what I've read in the report. Well, and that's really the question.
That's the question.
And I'm saying this is one big caveat, and that is that if they don't spend the money before the end of 2024, then because the end of 2023,
We've got to spend the money
we've got to have the money back. There's
to reallocate.
so that we've got time to reallocate it for the end of 2024.
Sound like to me, waiting on the answer.
Well, I'll know that, I do know this, they've got a bunch of grants applications out there. IDOT and everything, because they gotta widen the road and all, they gotta put a turn lane,
Why would you say, I would know? But we're
Don't
waiting
know.
on some big decision.
and they're probably part of that is.
So-
They wouldn't actually give him
Because they-
$200,000 or $1 million.
But
It's not gonna make it
But
go.
I said to him, I said, I said, they want 5.1 or 5.7, whatever it is. And I said, you're not gonna get it. And then I asked him, I said, what happens if you don't get it? He said, without all of it, we're not gonna do any of it. But they didn't get up and they didn't walk out whenever we said, look, we got this amount of money left.
Yeah.
And so they were still sitting here.
Yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure. They're holding their cards pretty close to the vest.
And I would, on that, I find it hard to believe a $140 million project would be derailed by just not receiving $5 million or whatever.
I would think it would be getting obvious the money that $5 million. I would never be getting agreement with $5 million.
Oh, gosh, no.
Now,
They think-
I do know that whenever I met with them, when they were meeting with IDOT on the grants and stuff, that the main thing that was expressed to them was that they could not start anything until they were approved. So everybody's saying, well, I don't see anything happening. Well, you're not going to until they've got the grant secured. And that's.
Well, I would just say this, we kind of set the amount back in our mind and we.
Yeah.
But so that we're kind of all on the same page.
We may not hear another word from them. When they ask us about it, we'll say, we're still waiting to hear from you.
I think what we need to do though is look at everything that we've given out and see where we're at.
Yeah.
And if we think we might need to earmark at least something, might need to earmark.
I want to tell you guys something. Sorry, you want to detail the name, but north of my town,
North of your town? Yes.
on the, gas station.
Uh-huh.
Telling you, this is your name, this.
Yeah.
And she said, I would cousin putting on a show.
As it pertains to us, I've talked to the engineer.
Oh,
The work will be handled through the contractor. The residents are still going to see benefit of what we've awarded there.
That 290,
And none of it will be anywhere other than straight from the engineer to the contractor. There's one thing I want to talk about too, about Arthur. I think we need to kind of start thinking about being on the record with what we're going to do for squad cars. We've been kind of talking around it.
well,
At some point, we need to actually say, this is what we're going to do. And I want to
I will do this, you want me to, you don't smell it, it's fine.
well, yeah, but let's talk about it.
I'm very good friends with Danny Blood. Okay, very good. I can call him, pick his brain. At least that's a start in the county. Or I don't have to find out. I mean, just what you want, but I can call and say, you think you get.
How many, what's the average squad cost?
It's about 65,000.
65?
60 to 70, rest out,
Probably 65 on the low side, 75 on the high side.
rest out. All the way.
Yeah, that would
So-
be, right, that would be decals and everything.
Okay, so 650,000 ballpark, doing in 10 squads.
That would be a good goal.
And I'm wondering if we said, if we're going to buy 10 at one time, maybe we could get a little bit better price. We might,
But the thing of it is, remember, if we use ARPA for this, it's got to be spent by 2024.
no, it's going to be allocated by 2020.
From us.
It has to be spent by 2026.
No, I think it
No,
has,
all the funds must be expended by 2026. We just have to,
no,
in
they
the
have to be
reporting.
completed by 2026, the projects.
Yeah, the projects won't be completed until the money's
Okay,
spent.
so if we allocate this as a project, then, okay.
Right, and so we
Got it,
could
okay.
buy,
Or we get by now, 5 next year.
well.
That's
and then-
the thing, you don't
We
want to
don't
get all
know,
one
so
shot.
23, 24, and 25. Maybe we could buy 5 each year over the next 3 years. That we'll put them on a 1 year, maybe after that, we can afford to keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? That we need some kind of rotation after 3 years, 5 years.
You want me to talk to Danny to see what you can look for?
Well, I mean, I think we should. I want to be on the record saying that I want these squads involved.
Why don't you have Danny come here? And we
You
can,
got anything to say. Oh, well, you got anything to say, maybe they say, I can't get anything. Maybe 2 seconds.
but I think it'd be good if he said, in front of all of us, and we can ask him about this, that, what are our options?
But if that,
And just,
do that, that's just closing this.
well, and like I said the other
We have
day,
to open it up to every other dealer.
I tell you what, after talking with Scott and seeing what their needs are, there's actually just one that fits the bill, one car, and that's that Ford Explorer Interceptor, police interceptor model.
just, yeah,
That's what fits what they need.
okay, secondly, on this whole thing, does this fall under the category that we have to take bids?
That's a good question. I hadn't considered it.
$30,000.
I hadn't considered that, but yeah, I would think so. But
We might have
no,
to,
we can limit it to. I guess we can limit it to Williamson County
we need
dealers.
to talk to Brett about that.
It's the old 30.
I want to spend Williamson County money in Williamson
Yeah, I was
County.
gonna circle back around.
And,
You know,
Another.
Danny may say in 1 minute, say, we can't get the first explorer. But we still say it on record.
Because I don't know who it was at Peoria that was telling me that there's a dealer in Springfield that has getting
And then
it
if
somehow.
he can deal or trade somehow. If he can't, then we gotta do something else.
So because I think it's gonna ease up. I really do, I think.
Oh, let's bring it, I think we will.
Right, I think it's gonna ease up, so it won't be quite as tight.
Oh, on the trade, though, it does.
Is our need such that we say, okay, try to get it in Williamson County, wherever we can get it funded?
Then if we can't, we go elsewhere.
Right, I'm just saying,
So-
if we decide our need is so much that if Williamson County guy can't get it, then we.
I can tell you what I saw driving down the road the other day, our car. I think we're pushing the limit. Crown Vic or
I read through that list and they're gonna be on the last.
You get a call.
Hello, Mr. Treasurer, come in.
Okay, hang on a second though. I mean, you come in if you want.
I got other stuff to do.
Okay, one other note, talked to, Marcy on, Brett's contract. And, she says, before she gives us her blessing, that, she wants to talk to Brett about the parameters. So, I talked to her about, the length of the contract. I'm not so sure what we can do on this. I'm not so sure it's gonna make a difference, to be honest with you.
No, I haven't heard them. Okay.
But anyway. So anyway, I just want to let you know, I talked to Marcy and she's. And as far as that other money that
So if you went on hard now.
Yeah,
I thought I tried to make him talk, otherwise he wouldn't talk.
yeah.
He don't want to say.
and
Well, but we don't need that loaded up with a whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff. What we need is representation of this board.
so,
And that
Consistent.
would include, either that would include also animal control. Everybody's under this board.
That would include the assessor's office, so that we're doing subdivisions. And so at what levels is Grant going to be comfortable providing
He
service?
right on all
okay. I think,
Jeff Watkins is
Oh.
available this afternoon.
okay,
He would say he would like to meet in person.
that. We're about done. He's over there, isn't he?
Yeah, he just, I mean,
Down the road.
when
do you
else-
want to, come on over now, or,
I mean, I can call him and say, I mean, if you're available, I'll just say, head on over.
or you and me go over there,
Yeah.
or you can come here, I
We
don't
can
care.
take, well, or if you want to talk to him, say that we take a 15-minute recess.
I'm talking, you know, I take your word on it.
I think Allison, he said, Allison said she's coming over too, so I'm not sure.
So they're gonna come over here?
They can, yeah. I just-
Okay, well, why don't we do that? Have them come over here and talk to us as a board. That way we'll all know,
Okay.
instead of having to.
Honestly, I'd like to hear this
Okay,
conversation.
let's take it.
Just.
We'll
Okay,
take a 5-minute recess and.
Well, yeah.
Might need to-
Well, we'll take a recess
Take a recess.
and, we'll reconvene as soon as we get word that, they're gonna come back in here, Jeff Watkins and whoever,
Okay, I'll call
and,
him.
get that. So we'll go ahead and stop that right now.
You need a motion to recess and.
That's what I have to do. You guys want me to stop?
Yeah, let's start, pause it.
Well, go ahead and make a motion.
Motion recess, reconvene.
As soon as we hear from him, actually.
There you go. There's a motion.
There it is, like.
Come on,
Yeah.
Brent Gentry, Tim Atkinson.
Yes.
Let me mute it so that
I've been once.
They can't
And
get
that
anything
includes
over 9 right now. It's not,
Pilot 9, right?
no, 9 passengers. Now, I've seen some pilots that could probably, they shrunk down a little, you might be able to get 1 or 2 more passengers or more luggage. You know it's a small airline when they have to weigh you in that.
Yeah. I better go pay everybody step
We had to
aside.
do that. One time I had to go take Jamie. I had to take a car to him, and I was the only one, so he drove me back to St. Louis, and I jumped on the flight from St. Louis to here.
Yeah.
They literally line us up. So, okay, you're over here, you two are over here,
Yeah,
and
the
you're in the
balance out
back.
the way.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
like,
that distribution.
yeah, that was-
Yeah.
The new planes are nice. The overhead wing,
Yeah.
like, those are the new Italian planes.
Okay.
Come back.
I will admit, I love flying. I got a bunch of air miles, but now first I flew out there and they want to move people around. I got a little scared the shit out of me a little bit,
Yeah.
balancing it out.
Let's go ahead and reconvene this meeting. It's 2:50 in the afternoon. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Brent Gentry,
President.
Jackson.
President,
Reason why we are having this meeting is to discuss, what is it, the agreement with the First Circuit probation. Okay. Actually, you might be able to explain this better than I. So I want to turn it over.
Well, I mean, Jeff knows this analysis very well. So we're the largest county in the First Circuit probation contingent, so we're required to be the administrative arm of that probation
Right,
entity. So
which means you take care of the.
we handle all the payroll, do all the W-2s, we do all the deposits,
One
do
stop shop.
all the claims, balancing, reports, everything, get the stuff to the auditors when necessary and do all that. We're going over budgeting, and we were looking at all the current maintenance agreements and other agreements that we have aimed with everybody. And we looked up the probation, like the last time there was anything done was, I think, 2012. What I had read, I thought we were required, and I thought I saw in an audit where like each entity, we were required to do something annually just to verify what the agreement was between parties. Allison said that she thought that you only had to do it whenever there was a material change, within the agreement. And that's why the last one was done in 12. I think it was done 5 or 6 years prior to like 05, 06, and then in 12, and then nothing, since that time. So, I was reviewing it, looking at it, you pay, is it 20,000? 20,000, for,
Was it that much?
the services. You give me 10 and you keep 10 is how it works. But I analyzed everything and looked at, what the current cost of what is equivalent to one employee. And between, if you take payroll, deposits, claims, balancing, everything else, I mean, we basically have one employee in our office that would be designated to probation. Now, obviously, that's split up into 3 or 4 different people because I need to make sure that I keep separation of duties and make sure we maintain proper security protocols and everything. But based on that and looking at a $14 an hour employee, you're looking at basically $43,000 that it costs to be able to have that employee oversee everything that's dedicated to the probation office. So I guess what I was trying, I've got it here so everybody can look at it. I guess what I was wanting to know is if you would entertain, or if both sides would entertain looking at, changing this arrangement to at least be able to cover the cost of that full-time equivalent person in overseeing the probation department. I just have plus insurance, but basically an individual plan for our insurance. It costs the county approximately $1,100 a month. So you're looking at basically $12,000 to $14,000. So that's why, I came up with $45,000 was my amount whenever you look at paying the salary and then all the employer costs that go along with it, plus the employer's portion of the insurance.
So basically what you're saying is you want us to give you an additional 25,000.
That would be the request.
Okay.
And you're getting 20 now.
You're getting 20, yeah, we're getting
Right.
20.
Probably not
Yes,
used to the
yeah,
county.
county is 20.
So they go from 20 to 45.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make clear that's what.
Yeah. And I mean, I apologize for like the major jump, but obviously nobody's looked at this. I mean, or there
Well, I mean,
should
last
have been.
time we went from 18 to 20. So.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's.
That was
quite a
back,
bit
that was
bigger.
back
Back in, I
long,
think, 12.
long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was a decade ago. We're looking, well, at a minimum, 3 to 5%, I mean, inflation. I mean, and now we're, at double digit, which I mean, you can't, nobody can control that, but I mean, the costs are going up.
That's his request.
Sure.
You know what you can do,
Right.
so that's right.
And in the end, we'll have to check with the chief judge.
Right.
Because he's the employer and he'll make the ultimate call. So we'll take that figure back to him and sit down and figure
I
out.
think anything would help, but that's his request.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to put it down on paper so you could see, I mean, that's most of the starting salaries for most of the union offices is 14. I mean, I'm not union, but I can tell you that, I mean, Italy probably has to hire someone that should probably go higher than max. But I was trying to make it where it was fair, like, and kind of the average across the board, like for a county type employee, to be able to do that. And then I was just, most people are on some type of insurance. So I was, if someone were to come in with a spouse or, family plan, I was just doing basically bare base minimums for everybody, not to say that you would have to cover, if I were to hire somebody in and they had a family plan, they'd be like, oh, we need to cover it. I understand there's something that the county needs to cover on behalf. But I just wanted to try to make it where it was equivalent to one of those.
Actually, is that a formal agreement? With you?
I mean, it was something in writing.
Apparently there's a contract.
There's a contract.
Back to 1800s.
Well, I'm just wondering, and this is just me thinking, maybe we should build into that some kind of inflation adjustment or something like this. That way you guys won't experience such a big increase at one time. Maybe we can go during this process, we can negotiate something that's fair for both sides.
And the other part of that is, do you have a copy of that contract?
Yes, somewhere. I've seen it because
That was way before I was in management.
Yeah.
We're trying to track one down on our end. I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull that off. So if you've got
I've
one.
got something from
Maybe we can
2012, because
generate another
2012 sticks in my mind, and I remember seeing, I mean, that sign, so that would have been by Bruce, and I don't even know who was your predecessor.
Probably Edward, but it may have been Rick.
Okay.
Yeah, because those were the last two.
But I can get my hands on that, and I'll get that to you.
Because I've only been on deck in this position since 2016, so. I was around, I've been around for 34 years, so I remember looking in from the outside on some of the stuff when I was at an upper level manager.
Well, maybe that's something we can do, and maybe we can build in some kind of automatic inflationary type of control on it.
Okay.
Awesome.
And I do have our budget request. It's the same as it was last year. It didn't change.
Sure.
The chief judge is supposed to be here Friday, so hopefully we can get his ear for a minute and talk about this. We got like 3 other things to talk about.
You guys want to talk about it?
I mean, if you want.
Yeah, here. Steve, say you come back over. I mean, is it pretty much in line?
Yeah, there's no, it's exactly the same as it was.
Mirrors on it, but I don't know.
So yours is pretty much set, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard. The bad thing for you guys last year, yours went, we didn't increase our total budget, but because the census, everything changed. So you guys ended up paying, we had 2 counties that paid more and 7 counties that paid less.
I was just say what we pay you guys is pretty set.
You've never been hit.
Yeah, they're like, oh, wait, there you go,
It's just one copy.
Yeah, that's all it was.
I'll get it as well.
Come on, Stephanie, get up and do something.
That's why they have 3 of us here.
Yeah.
Get it to her.
Makes a lot
After being here
easier.
all day, we're too tired to get up.
I understand.
But if nothing changed, I don't really need to. It's the same.
It's the same as last year.
So, all right, yes.
So that was a quick one.
That's all we want.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
If Judge Grant has any questions or anything, I'd be happy to. Whatever.
Yeah, if you find a copy of that.
I'll make sure I get that to you. I'll try to find it and get it to you before
See you
Friday.
guys.
Thanks.
Good luck with your wedding.
Take care.
All right, any last minute words of wisdom? Before we have to see your ass tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Whatever.
Have a yearly increase or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I know that's a big shock jump, but
I'm gonna say.
Okay. I need to ask you a question. On our grant match line item, I'm supposed to ask you, or state's attorney, which grants are still in place? On our grant match, I guess.
And the
No.
state's attorney's
Are there any?
there are and there aren't. We're trying to work through sending something to AIOC for monies because we missed the deadline for something. I got something that Christy Gribble gave me to fill out. We have to go through the GATA portal and send it through something else, but I think that's for the last year. I can't tell you, I mean, we don't do anything as far as, we don't write the grants, and we don't, all we get is the money when it shows up and know where to put it. So you have to ask the state's attorney's office if they got notification or confirmation that the grants are going to be continuing for into next year. Some of those grants I think are fiscal from 12/1 to 11/30, and I thought a couple of those grants were from July 1 through June 30, based off of what the state operates off of. So like the ones that would be from July 1 to June 30, they're either in place or they're not. So I mean, I can print a report to tell you like what we've gotten, but I don't know that offhand.
You being here tomorrow morning.
Maybe, yeah, I think I can.
Start at 9. Maybe.
I bring my taxes.
Find out information or something on that. That was one of the questions that we came up with. On our monitoring.
I couldn't even tell you, looking, I mean, we're balancing everything, I mean, right now, so we'll have, maybe like Friday, all the report will be done, but I can see what we've got year to date, compared to what we had budgeted for, that would probably tell me pretty fast.
Were those employees paid by the grant?
So,
If the grant is done,
one of them is like 100% matching, but the other ones are like 80/20.
Yeah.
So, and all the budget from the county standpoint includes the entire payroll. And then we get reimbursed just like you do for assessor and all that. So, I mean, the money is in there. You can conceivably stay until the end of the fiscal year.
yeah.
But if there's no grant funds to be able to get your 80% reimbursement, then you'd be on the hook for all of it. So you've got to show it that you're fully funding and then getting the reimbursement after the fact.
What control is there if we don't get those grants in? Are they still on the payroll?
They're on the payroll until the end of the year. And then if now, I guess you could put them in contingency and pull it out and then you fund it on a monthly basis or something like that. That's extra work, but I mean, that's the way that's about the only way you could monitor it and cut it off. I mean, if you had notification of it, you didn't get it. Now, I couldn't tell you that in the past, whenever the state was in trouble, if they were quick in, reimbursements. I mean, we could have been carrying them for 3 or 6 months and I wouldn't know any difference.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know.
I don't know how you know difference now.
You don't.
Because until the
checks come, and I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we get so many checks. I mean, it's like, that's not one that's, I mean, that's one line item of 100. So it's like, zero in, we could try to zero in on it. But I mean, basically you're at the mercy of the department telling you that they're still doing their reporting they've submitted it and they know that the money's coming in. I mean, you could have them give you the reports or provide the submissions.
We got a, they were complaining that it was taking one person all the time just to oversee the grade they were employed by.
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, Celeste had certain, or I know she had good, some employees provided their documentation directly to Celeste.
Yeah.
Whenever that, now other ones, I think she had to get information from Marla to be able to generate the reports. So I know that Marla helped her out in that, I mean, after she was gone. I couldn't tell you, I mean, yes or no, if somebody that's now on those, if they're contacting Marla to get any information, if they're keeping internal records or how they're going about doing that submission. I just know, like I said, we've got something on I've never encountered it, so I don't know what the steps are. You know, supposedly we just send this in, we do the right stuff, and we'll get the monies. But it's now gone from like the comptroller's office, and it gets like dumped into AOIC, and then AOIC now sends it. We'll be sending it directly through that portal.
Man, can I ask you two questions before I forget it? Today, the latest one, I'll say name, she's gonna be retiring. She's taking her retirement healthcare plan. Or she got her husband's plan.
I don't know yet. I'm thinking.
What I'm getting at, it would free up this side for you,
Right.
she doesn't take it.
Yeah, I know. I think that I mean, he's a federal employee, so he has good insurance.
That's how we pay it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And the other thing, from PVC standpoint, talking about cleaning these carpets, I'm just a whole.
I mentioned it, but I mean, that has
Awful, that made all terrible.
done. I don't know, that's all.
Drives me crazy on here.
I know.
I can't talk.
Oh, my God.
Are you guys tired of this day?
I've had enough for today.
I can see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. There's a motion in a second.
Joe Marlowe.
Okay.
Brent Richard.
Good.
Jim Atkinson.
Yes.
Yeehaw!
Done and done.
Stephanie, you're a genius.
So what do you think is going to do?
Hey, before you leave, I need you to sign something, Brent.
There's plenty.
I knew I
It's
was.
like a month.
There's got a lot of
And I
money.
got,
And I know I probably was grasping at straws to get some kind of agreement.
and I've got more.
I didn't know how else to.
No, I mean, there is.
More papers for your money.
I just don't know. I have. The whole reason why.
You have it out right here. Won't you put them
Oh,
in?
you have it now?
Yeah.
Really?
This is
Audits.
Pike County.
Where I found something that had an agreement signed between Bruce and somebody else that had that flat. I talked with him.
The other one's probation.